Chapter 337. Soon, what happened in the Hungyu mountain range spread throughout the upper world, causing an unimaginable commotion. It was no different from a huge earthquake. All the cultivators who knew about it widened their eyes in shock. They were stunned and couldn't react for a long time. Everything that happened spread at an unimaginable speed from the mouths of the cultivators who witnessed it. It was as if it had grown wings. One news after another was unbelievable. It was like a dream. First, Guchanga went to the Hungyu mountain range to find Lord Purple Sun and suppressed him. The mysterious man who tried to assassinate the saintess also escaped during the process. In the end, no one knew where he went. Then, a group of overlords from the Purple Mansion broke through space and arrived. The leader was a supremacy who tried to save Lord Purple Sunday. His attitude was so domineering and arrogant that all of the cultivators and geniuses who witnessed it were deeply shocked. During the process, a peak supreme saint from the Purple Mansion stood up for Lord Purple Sun and tried to teach Guchanga a lesson. However, he was severely injured by Guchanga. If the supremacy from the Purple Mansion didn't save him, he would have died on the spot. After this matter, the Violet Mansion paragon flew into a rage out of humiliation. Ignoring morality and justice, he directly attacked Guchanga. However, in the next moment, a mysterious overlord appeared and attacked fiercely. A sword chi pierced through the supremacy's forehead and destroyed his divine soul. He died on the spot. The fall of a supreme martial artist, and in such a shocking manner that truly left everyone dumbstruck. One had to know that the upper world hadn't seen a battle between supremacies for many years, let alone the death of a supremacy. Apart from the normal 5 decay of heavenly beings, it was rare to hear about the death of a supremacy from any orthodoxy. Today, the death of a supremacy of the Purple Mansion was like the beginning of a great era. Many cultivators had a premonition that the upper world wouldn't be peaceful anymore. Something big was going to happen. The Purple Mansion would definitely be furious and wouldn't let this matter go. As for the longevity Gu family behind Guchanga, its foundation was mysterious and unfathomable. Even the oldest aristocratic families and great sects were incomparably wary of it. A supremacy who seemed to be in the emperor realm was now beside Guchanga to protect his safety. This also showed the longevity Gu clan's attitude towards this matter. They were domineering. So what if he was a supreme being? He did not care at all and directly killed them. The relationship between the Purple Sun monarch and the inheritor of demonic art 21 was hard to explain. The Purple Mansion's actions were tantamount to walking together with the inheritor of the demonic arts. Many of the orthodoxies were beginning to have discussions. This included the immemorial Yi clan, the Endless Fire Nation, the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, and many other orthodoxies. All of them had once had their successors killed by the inheritor of the demonic arts. They were worried that they wouldn't be able to find any trace of the inheritor of the demonic arts, so they didn't have a target to attack. The Violet Palace's actions were like a slap to the faces of the other orthodoxies. In the various orthodoxies, the higher-ups began to discuss their plans to join forces with the Gu clan to attack the Purple Mansion sect and bring justice to the world. For a moment, the entire upper realm had a feeling that a storm was coming. At this time, the Immortal Academy also quickly ordered all the disciples to return to the academy to avoid being involved. The Sky Prides who were still in the ancient nations also left and stopped their training. This was because they had a premonition that Guchanga's location would not be peaceful for a while. At the same time, the Purple Mansion was not peaceful at all. The mountain range was surrounded by clouds and mist. The vast and mighty purple chi lingered in the air, creating a majestic atmosphere. In the middle of the palace was a magnificent palace. Many figures with terrifying auras stood there. Their faces were blurred, and they were shrouded in chaotic chi. They were discussing something. Lu Xian's expression was cold as she stared at the white-robed old man. She couldn't help but ask, "Great Elder, What you are doing now is no different from pushing the entire Z Palace into a pit of fire, into the abyss. Now that the Purple Mansion sect has angered the public, the other orthodoxies are discussing about a crusade. Not only do you not want to solve this matter, you even want to take revenge. Do you really want to bury the Purple Mansion sect? The white-robed old man sat in the middle of the palace. His eyes were deep and vast, like a boundless starry sky, and various scenes were occurring within them. It was mysterious and unfathomable. Behind him was a majestic and heavy aura, like a rumbling world. It was extremely terrifying. Hearing this, he only looked at Lu Ziyan indifferently and shook his head. You don't understand. Ziyang is the future of the Purple Mansion sect. He cannot be lost. If something happens to him, the Purple Mansion sect's fate will be cut off within 100 years. Now, the Purple Mansion sect's only chance is on him. 100 years later, a fish will soar or a dragon will soar. We need to choose. The faces of the many figures behind him were still calm and indifferent when they heard this. It was as if they had known about this for a long time. Hearing this, Lu Ziyan gritted her teeth and said, "If that's the case, then why did you put my father under house arrest? Now, as long as there is a voice in the Purple Mansion sect, it will be suppressed by you. This is the reason you are talking about?" Her words were forceful, filled with righteousness, anger, and unwillingness. She didn't expect to see such a situation after returning to the Purple Mansion sect. All the disciples and elders who opposed were locked in the dungeon. The great elder's cultivation was unfathomable. When her father was still an ordinary disciple, he was already the great elder of the Purple Mansion sect. He had been overlooking the world for countless years. If the great elder took action, even if her father was the sect leader of the Purple Mansion sect, he would have no chance of winning. Lu Ming only cares about the benefits in front of him. He doesn't know about the long-term changes in the future. The great elder's expression didn't change. Now that the orthodoxies are joining forces to suppress us, if the great elder insists, let alone 100 years, he won't be able to survive even a year. Lu Ziyan gritted her teeth. Her eyes were full of unwillingness. Why couldn't the great elder understand such a simple principle? Come, send the saintess to rest. During this time, the saintess can cultivate in peace. You don't have to worry about the sex matters. However, the great elder didn't let Lu Ziyan finish her words. He waved his hand and ordered someone to take her away. His expression was still calm. Great elder, what about the Gu family? Then, after Lu Ziyan was taken away, a terrifying existence with a blurred face stood on the other side. When he opened and closed his eyes, there were billions of intertwining lights. Mountains and seas rose and fell, and the sun and the moon collapsed. He was testing the waters. The Gu family has been standing for a long time. They are indeed mysterious, and their foundation can't be underestimated. However, since the beginning of the Purple Mansion sect's existence, we have been through so many hardships. When have we ever been afraid? It's impossible that the Gu family didn't know about Gu Changa's framing. However, they still didn't do anything. How can they say that the Purple Mansion sect is biased? The blood of the Purple Mansion sect supremes can't be spilled in vain. The great elder's expression darkened when he heard this. He decided to seek justice for the supremes. Yes, when the terrifying existences heard this, their expressions became serious. They already knew the great elder's attitude. Then, their figures flashed and directly opened a space tunnel to leave this place. Their cultivations were all supremes. They were much stronger than the supremes who rushed to save Lord Ziyang. Now that they had received the order, they naturally had to start making arrangements. At the same time, they had to think of a way to save Lord Ziyang's life. Otherwise, everything would be in vain. After 100 years, if the Purple Mansion sect no longer exists in this world, so what if the world changes? After seeing that everyone had left, the great elder sighed faintly. His expression became very cold. Then he waved his sleeves and stood up. He flew through the void and arrived at a very dark cave. Here, divine lights gushed out. The three colors of white, black, and gray filled the air. It was surging and vast, and it looked even more strange. One of them was wearing a loose robe, and his limbs were stiff. His face was haggard, his eye sockets were sunken, his skin was like scales, and there were white hairs on his arms and other parts of his body. He seemed to have lost his vitality long ago. He was motionless. "Brother, I need you to do another divination. Facing the Gu family's calamity, how much of a chance do we have to survive?" When the great elder of the Purple Mansion sect arrived, his expression was solemn and fearful. He was afraid that he would be infected. However, he thought of something and still asked after pondering for a while. Very few people knew that the reason why the Purple Mansion sect was able to develop until now was inseparable from the strange person in this cave. Even the Grand Master of the Purple Mansion sect had relied on the strange person's divination to find a place of opportunity. There he obtained the Tao and established the Purple Mansion sect. Hearing this, the strange person's eyelids opened. It seemed that he was about to open his eyes, but his eyelids were as heavy as the boundless blue sky. He could only open a small gap. Seeing this, the great elder of the Purple Mansion sect's face darkened. In the past, the strange person could open his eyes a little, but now, even opening his eyes was very difficult. If he could not open his eyes, it meant that he could no longer perform any divination. After all, how could he use the power of prying into the heavenly Tao so easily? The backlash on the strange person's body was the best proof. Thinking of this, the great elder of the Purple Mansion sect could not help but sigh. Back then, according to the strange person's divination, he had used various secret techniques to attract the souls of the experts of the Forbidden Era. In the end, he had paid a great price and even burned the providence of the Purple Mansion sect to allow Heavenly Lord Ziyang to be born with the primordial Tao bone. He had poured too much effort into Heavenly Lord Ziyang. It was not only for the Purple Mansion sect, but also for himself. If Heavenly Lord Ziyang could attain the Tao before he passed away, the Purple Mansion sect would be able to prosper for thousands of years. If he could not, then he could only use a heaven-defying forbidden technique before he passed away to possess Heavenly Lord Ziyang's lifespan and everything else. He could live another life and continue the Purple Mansion sect's legacy. If the strange person did not owe the Grand Master of the Purple Mansion sect a favor, how could he help him so many times? It was because of this that Heavenly Lord Ziyang could not afford to lose, even if he had colluded with the inheritor of the demonic arts. 10. At this moment, the great elder of the Purple Mansion sect frowned. He suddenly heard the strange person's words. It was very vague. If he did not listen carefully, he would not be able to hear it clearly. 10%. The great elder of the Purple Mansion sect was overjoyed. He could not help but ask. However, when he heard the next few words, his face suddenly paled and lost all color. His entire body stiffened on the spot. 10. Death without life. Anqing. On the other side, in a quiet side hall in the Black Tortoise ancient country, Gu Changa stood by the window with his hands behind his back. His robe fluttered in the wind. He raised his head and looked at the dark mountain range in the distance. There was a faint smile on his face. "Thank you for today's matter." In the void in front of him, a blurry figure appeared. It was a peerless beauty. Her face could not be seen clearly. It was as if she was standing in another world. Her green robe was like jade. Her hair danced in the wind. Her eyes were calm and peaceful. They were like warm and clear jade. They were also like the bright and flawless moon. "It's no trouble. You're just a supreme being. How dare you be so arrogant?" The woman in green shook her head. Her voice was as pleasant as the sounds of nature. It had the power to calm one's mind. "We haven't seen each other for a few years. Aunt Ching is still as beautiful as before. Nowadays, even supreme being experts can be killed with a flick of a finger. Gu Changa smiled and casually chatted with her. Aunt Qing's original name was Gu Qingyi. In terms of seniority, she was not actually a member of the current generation of the Gu clan. In fact, she could be traced back to a very long time ago. She was an ancient freak of the Gu clan. However, she was born in the same era as Gu Changa's father. When Gu Qingyi was born, she was actually much younger than Gu Changa's father. Because of this, she was treated as a younger sister by Gu Changa's father. He took good care of her. That was why Gu Changa called her Aunt Qing. As for why she became Gu Changa's Tao protector, there was actually a lot of twists and turns in this story. When Gu Changa was 3 years old, he showed his talent. His brilliance overshadowed his peers in the Gu clan. Even the clansmen, who were slightly older than him, seemed incomparably dull. During this process, many of the Gu clan's elders were moved. They felt that Gu Changa's future was limitless for him to have such a talent at such a young age. Choosing a Tao protector was naturally of the utmost importance. However, to everyone's surprise, at that time, Gu Changa only said that he did not need a Tao protector to dominate the world. When a 3-year-old child said this calmly, it really shocked everyone in the Gu clan. Some people felt that Gu Changa was a little arrogant and conceited at such a young age. After all, no matter how amazing a prodigy was, before they grew up, they would encounter danger. A big tree attracted the wind, and too hard was easy to break. However, this matter could not be dissuaded by Gu Changa. Even his father could not do anything. However, in the end, Gu Changa suddenly asked Gu Qingyi to be his Tao protector. Gu Qingyi was very strong in both talent and cultivation. However, no matter what, she could not be the Tao protector of a 3-year-old child. However, she actually agreed. This caused a lot of waves at that time, making many disciples of the Gu clan envious. After all, Gu Qingyi was worthy of being called a peerless talent. Some people even said that she would reach the Tao before Gu Changa's father. Many elders guessed that Gu Qingyi agreed because of Gu Changa's father. However, Gu Changa knew that he was just coveting her source energy at that time and planned to take it slowly in the future. As for why Gu Qingyi agreed, perhaps it was because of his father. However, it was more likely that Gu Qingyi seemed to have sensed something. This was because she had an innate 9 orifices immortal heart. This was not a secret among the upper echelons of the Gu clan. You haven't called me for many years. I thought you had forgotten about me, your Tao protector. Gu Qingyi replied calmly. It was as if nothing would change in her eyes, no matter how many years had passed. Her figure was very blurry, like a floating light or a jumping shadow in another boundless and distant world. Aunt Qing, are you complaining about me? Gu Changa still had a smile on his face. To be honest, Gu Qingyi was the first person that he couldn't see through, including her thoughts, cultivation, and so on. He even suspected that Gu Qingyi was already very close to the immortal emperor realm. She was probably not far from achieving the Tao. However, Gu Qingyi ignored his teasing and just shook her head. You seem to be different from before. Oh, what's different? Gu Changa raised his eyebrows in surprise. You seem more human, Gu Qingyi said. Chapter 338. The palace was completely silent. The mountains in the distance rose and fell like long black eyebrows. Smoke and clouds swirled around them. It was a beautiful sight to behold. Even further away, some multicolored rays of light could be seen soaring into the sky. Mist flowed, illuminating the sky. It was exceptionally magnificent. When Gu Qingyi said this, her gaze seemed to be slightly dazed, as if she had thought of something. However, her figure did not appear in this space. It was as if she and Gu Changa were separated by mountains and seas. Her face was blurred and her robes fluttered lightly. Even Gu Changa could not see her expression clearly. Aunt Qing, are you saying that I didn't look like a human in the past? Gu Changa was not surprised at all. He walked to the table, picked up the white jade teacup and leisurely blew on it. Then he unhurriedly asked with a smile, "No, you weren't human at all in the past." Gu Qingyi tilted her head, her gaze piercing through the layers of space and landing on his face. She slightly shook her head, her voice carrying no ripples. "It seems that Aunt Qing really has a big opinion of me." Gu Changa smiled. Although he had long since understood her tone of voice, it still felt strange to hear it like this. Most people would really kill the conversation when they talked to her. However, considering that Gu Qingyi had very few interactions with outsiders and usually cultivated in seclusion, he did not mind. With this kind of personality, could he still expect her to have good relations with others? But speaking of which, in the entire Gu clan, even his parents did not understand him as well as Gu Qingyi did. This was a strange intuition. That was why Gu Changa allowed Gu Qingyi to stay in the Gu clan and not have to protect him. Of course, on the one hand, he was worried that the existence of a Dao protector would affect some of his plans. On the other hand, it was also because Gu Qingyi knew him too well. Being secretly watched by her always made Gu Changa feel very uncomfortable. Gu Qingyi had been with him since he was 3 years old, although she did not appear most of the time, only hiding in the dark. However, she knew Gu Changa's every move. Towards the end, Gu Changa requested that Gu Qingyi no longer be his protector. For example, right now, Gu Qingyi's true body was actually not in this space. Instead, it was endlessly far away. To her, killing a supreme being was something that could be done with a single thought. Gu Changa had no idea how strong she was, but the way you are now is pretty good. After that, Gu Qingyi spoke again. Her figure became more and more indistinct as she walked into the distance. As she walked, her skirt fluttered in the wind. Her bare feet were whiter than snow, and her fine black hair was like jade. In the blink of an eye, she had already disappeared without a trace. Gu Changa stared blankly at her disappearing figure. He then shook his head, not taking it to heart. He couldn't see through Gu Qingyi's thoughts, and he didn't feel any threat from her. Gu Qingyi was a trustworthy person. Then, in a flash, he left the palace and headed for the dungeon where Ziyang was locked up. Next, he had to prepare to deal with the Z Mansion sect. It wasn't the immortal battle or the imperishable tribulation. After all, the Z Mansion sect was not worth the Gu clan's attention. Before that, Ziyang was still of some use to him. Other than that, the orthodoxies such as Heavenly Emperor Mountain, Immemorial Yi clan, Endless Fire Nation, and White Tiger clan were also discussing how to deal with the Z Mansion sect. Gu Changa felt that he didn't need to use too many tricks. Just the power of the immortal ancient continent should be enough. Black Sky Eagle, Divine Crocodile, Ancient Soaring Serpent, Immortal Ancient Dragon clan. The power of these clans was not to be underestimated. He had already ordered these clans to send people over. When the time came, he would first think of a way to let Heavenly Emperor Mountain and the other forces take the lead. Then he would send an army to attack the Z Mansion sect directly. Gu Changa could also see if He Yenyu had followed his instructions and trained this army. At the same time, in a boundless space far away, a peerlessly beautiful woman in green seemed to have walked out from the void. She stood on the peak of the mountain and looked down at the clouds and mist below her. She seemed to be the only one in the entire space. The sea of clouds overlapped and the sky was a line. Looking from afar, the sky seemed to be reflected in the clouds, magnificent and lofty. Gu Qingyi sighed faintly. At this moment, his gaze seemed to have penetrated the boundless space. It was extremely complicated. Immortal Palace, destroying 8,000 prefectures with one palm. No one in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Will it happen again? In the depths of the Xian Wu ancient country, underground, in a dark and damp dungeon, a man in a purple robe who was covered in blood was thrown here. There was moss everywhere, and a foul smell filled the air. Gu Changa, at this moment, the man in the purple robe let out a roar and woke up from his coma. It was a terrifying sound. It was like the roar of a beast when it was in a desperate situation. The pain from his wounds and the broken bones made Heavenly Lord Ziyang grit his teeth. His face was pale, and cold sweat the size of beans covered his forehead. After losing the primordial Dao bone, he couldn't even heal these injuries. A type of terrifying power, extremely strange, able to devour everything, currently nibbling away at his magical force and soul. The Soul Palace was on the verge of collapse. The soul light dimmed as if it was about to collapse. Guchanga, I'll fight you to the death. Heavenly Lord Ziyang couldn't help but let out a low growl. He clenched his fists, and his bony fingers turned white. Then he noticed his current environment. His face was as cold as water. Then he forced himself to calm down. He felt like he had a long dream. He became a lonely soul wandering between heaven and earth. In the end, he didn't know why, but he saw the collapsed mountain gate. He saw the purple palace that was devoured by flames and turned into ashes. He also saw senior brother Qin Wuya and junior sister Dao Xian. They looked terrified and were covered in blood. They seemed to want to say something to him, but in the end he didn't hear what they were saying. The flames devoured everything. Then he was awakened by the pain. Everything he saw in the dream was bloody. Heavenly Lord Ziyang felt that was the future he was about to encounter. His sect, family, and friends would all be killed by Gu Changa. No one would be spared. This made him extremely angry and hateful. However, he suffered from his weakness and felt deeply uneasy. "You're awake." At this moment, a soft laugh came from the side, causing Heavenly Lord Ziyang's expression to change drastically. He suddenly turned his head. His pupils constricted, and his expression was incomparably cold. "It's you." "Gu. Chang. Gu." He gritted his teeth and spat out those 3 words from his throat. They were filled with hatred and anger. A figure walked out from the darkness. He was tall, and there was a faint smile on his handsome face. "Brother Ziyang, did you have a good sleep? But I see that you seem to have had a nightmare. I guess you've done too many bad things. You can't sleep well." Gu Changa smiled casually. When the prison guard behind him saw this, he quickly brought over a stone stool and placed it behind him. Hearing this, Heavenly Lord Ziyang's expression turned even colder. He didn't say a word and stared coldly at Gu Changa as if he wanted to turn him into ashes. However, Gu Changa had no intention of sitting down. He waved his hand and asked the prison guard to leave. Then he calmly sized up Heavenly Lord Ziyang's current state. "What a pity. Compared to your eldest senior brother, Qin Wuya, you're still far behind." He shook his head regretfully. After all, Heavenly Lord Ziyang wasn't the son of Providence. At most, he was a person with great providence. Therefore, the rule of losing providence points couldn't be triggered on him. This made Gu Changa feel a little regretful. He was such a good leak, but it was wasted. Heavenly Lord Ziyang didn't understand Gu Changa's words and didn't know why he was here. There was only anger and hatred in his heart. If looks could kill, he would have killed Gu Changa thousands of times. "Gu Changa, there's no enmity between us. Why are you doing this to me?" Heavenly Lord Ziyang couldn't help but shout angrily. Gu Changa smiled and shook his head. "Brother Ziyang, you can't say that. You're the one who wants to deal with me. What do you mean by there's no enmity between us?" As he spoke, an object suddenly appeared in his hand. It was sparkling and translucent. Even the bones and blood within it were clearly visible. Strands of purple mist coiled and floated within it. It was incomparably mysterious, as if it could evolve into a myriad of worlds. "The primordial Dao bone!" Heavenly Lord Ziyang's expression became colder and his body trembled. He was extremely angry. That was an item that came with him when he was born. The primordial Dao descended, and the sound of Dao filled the air. At that time, the golden lotus bloomed and took root in the void. There was an auspicious scene within 10,000 miles. With the primordial Dao bone, he had once dominated an era and was undefeatable. Even the ancient monsters of the other eras were defeated by him. In this era, if he hadn't met Guchanga, he wouldn't have been in such a miserable state. Now, even the primordial Dao bone was dug out by him. The primordial Dao bone was mysterious and powerful. It could even allow a cultivator to control the power of evolving worlds. Guchanga sized up the primordial Dao bone in his hand. To be honest, this thing was far inferior to the transcendence bone that he had exchanged with the system. The primordial Dao bone was precious because of the primordial Dao it contained. It could transform into chaos, grand primordial, and chaos essence. Of course, the connate Dao laws in this primordial Dao bone wasn't complete. At most, it was just a prototype. He took it out just to test if Heavenly Lord Ziyang's heavenly eye of the immortal Dao was related to the primordial Dao bone. However, apart from Heavenly Lord Ziyang's expression becoming colder and angrier, he didn't have any other reaction. Looks like it has nothing to do with the primordial Dao bone. Then it must be related to the primordial purple vapor seed. Then Guchanga waved his sleeve. With a buzzing sound, a seed surrounded by purple chi suddenly appeared in the void. It seemed to be extremely heavy, and it was bobbing up and down. It contained some kind of terrifying power. Although it hadn't been awakened, his divine soul was terrified. One had to know that this primordial purple vapor seed was strong enough to fight against a supreme artifact, and that was when Heavenly Lord Ziyang hadn't activated it. If it was fully awakened, it would be comparable to a real deity seed. Primordial purple vapor seed. Heavenly Lord Ziyang gritted his teeth. His voice couldn't help but tremble because of extreme anger and unwillingness. The primordial purple vapor seed was a divine item of the Purple Palace. Even he had to spend a long time to fuse with this Dao seed, and Wen Yang had failed several times in the process. Besides, the primordial purple vapor seed wasn't docile. On the contrary, it was extremely violent. If he didn't have the primordial Dao bone, it would be difficult for him to even get close to it, let alone fuse with it. Then, with the power of the primordial purple vapor seed, he could use the immortal Dao heavenly eye to see the future. It could be said that the primordial purple vapor seed and the primordial Dao bone played a big part in his current achievements. His memories of his previous life had become useless. He had fused with the primordial purple vapor seed for many years. Although it was difficult to fully activate it, he could still feel its many emotional changes. Fear, horror, those were the emotions that the primordial purple vapor seed was transmitting to him. In Guchanga's hand, the primordial purple vapor seed became docile and fearful, as if it was facing a peerless evil. This was something that he didn't dare to imagine before. It had to be known that even when facing the great elder of the Purple Mansion sect, whose cultivation base was exceedingly high, the primordial violet energy seed would not have such emotions. In front of Guchanga, it was even more docile than a kitten and trembled. What exactly did Guchanga have? It seems that your immortal Dao heavenly eye is related to the primordial purple vapor seed. Guchanga smiled and noticed the change in Purple Sun, Heaven Lord's reaction. The purple divine mark in between Purple Sun Heaven Lord's eyebrows glowed faintly, and a strange wave spread out as if it could reflect everything. Guchanga, what are you trying to do? At this moment, Purple Sun Heaven Lord's expression changed drastically. He vaguely guessed Guchanga's intention. His expression became extremely fearful, and his face turned pale. He even became desperate. Guchanga didn't just want to dig out his primordial Dao bone. Now he didn't even want to let go of his immortal Dao heavenly eye. If I refine it, I might be able to create a secret treasure that can help me predict the future. Guchanga narrowed his eyes and said to himself. He didn't care about Purple Sun Heaven Lord's fearful expression at all. Buzz! Under the guidance of the primordial purple vapor seed, a mysterious power appeared. Time fragments danced in the air and dazzled brilliantly. A river appeared with traces of time. The mountains and seas turned to ashes, and the lightning dried up in the void. there was a strange, buzzing sound. The divine talismans intertwined and turned into a sharp longsword that fell with a swoosh. Ah! Purple Sun, Heaven Lord let out a scream. No matter how strong his will was, he couldn't bear such pain. In the next moment, he fainted. Gu Changa waved his sleeve, and a wooden box appeared. He put the glowing, immortal Tao, heavenly eye into the box and took it away. After that, he didn't care about Purple Sun, Heaven Lord's life or death. For now, he wouldn't die. Before the Purple Palace realm experts arrived, Purple Sun, Heaven Lord couldn't die. After all, he had to give the Purple Palace realm an illusion. No, it was a hope to save Purple Sun, Heaven Lord. Otherwise, they wouldn't have spent so much to fight with so many orthodoxies after knowing that Purple Sun, Heaven Lord, was dead. Outside the dungeon, Gu Xian had been waiting for a long time. After rushing back to Black Tortoise Ancient Country, she didn't follow the other disciples back to Immortal Academy. Instead, she wanted to give Qing Xiaoyi and Qing Feng an explanation. Before she found Qing Xiaoyi, she wouldn't be at ease. Gu Changa assured her that Qing Xiaoyi would be fine. However, Gu Xian was still worried. Before she saw Qing Xiaoyi, she wouldn't be at ease. Now that Gu Changa came out, she was curious. However, she didn't ask. She just said, "I think I heard Purple Sun, Heaven Lord scream, just now." Gu Changa smiled and said calmly nothing much. "I just asked him about Qing Xiaoyi's whereabouts." But Purple Sun, Heaven Lord refused to admit it. I had no choice but to use some other methods. Hearing this, Gu Xian nodded. She looked at him and asked, "Do you have any clues?" Gu Changa replied casually, "Although Ziyang, Lord of Heaven, refuses to admit it, it's not like he can't deny it now. Don't worry, I already know where Qing Xiaoyi is." After Purple Sun, Heaven Lord kidnapped Qing Xiaoyi, he didn't hand her over to the inheritor of the demonic arts immediately. He seems to have other plans. Hearing this, Gu Xian nodded again and heaved a sigh of relief. She had actually guessed Purple Sun, Heaven Lord's motive. After all, Qing Xiaoyi had an extremely rare immortal demon body. Her origin was very precious. Purple Sun, Heaven Lord could use Qing Xiaoyi to make a deal with the inheritor of the demonic arts. Naturally, he wouldn't hand her over so easily. It's good that Qing Xiaoyi is fine. Chapter 339. At this moment, Gu Changa glanced at Gu Xian. He suddenly took out a small white bottle and handed it to her. "This is the reincarnation lake's water that Qin Huia mentioned. I took a look and there doesn't seem to be any problems." "The reincarnation lake's water?" "Gu Xian, I was thinking about Qing Xiaoyi's matter." Hearing this, she didn't take it. She just stared at him blankly and lowered her eyes. "After drinking this water, will I be able to regain my memories from my previous life? If what Qin Huia and Heavenly Monarch Ziyang said was true, then after she regained her memories, how would she face Gu Changa? After all, from what Qin Huia said, she was Qin Huia and Heavenly Monarch Ziyang's junior sister in her previous life. And Qin Huia and Heavenly Monarch Ziyang were Gu Changa's enemies. Maybe, maybe not. I'm not sure about this either." Gu Changa said. "Then, do you want me to drink it?" Gu Xian looked up and stared at him. There seemed to be a different meaning in her eyes. She didn't know why she suddenly asked Gu Changa this question. If she really regained her memories, would she become a different person? Gu Changa couldn't help but laugh. "After you drink it, won't you be Gu Xian anymore? Or will you be able to defeat me?" "That's not what I meant." "Don't change the topic!" Gu Xian glared at him a little angrily. She knew that Gu Changa was deliberately changing the topic. There are some things that you have to decide for yourself. After all, this is your own choice. Also, I think you are also very curious about whether what Qin Huia and Heavenly Monarch Ziyang said was true or false. Gu Changa's smile disappeared. At this time, it was rare for him to be so serious. It was as if he was thinking about Gu Xian. Hearing this, Gu Xian looked at him deeply. Just as Gu Changa had said, she was also very curious as to whether or not Heavenly Monarch Ziyang and the others were telling the truth. Did reincarnation really exist in this world? She didn't accept the reincarnation lake because she was worried that there was something wrong with it. But now, even Guchanga had said so, which meant that there should be no problem with the reincarnation lake. After thinking for a while, Gusianer pursed his lips and seemed to have made up his mind. She finally took the small white bottle, but in the next moment, her actions were very decisive. Without any hesitation, she turned the bottle upside down and poured the contents onto the ground. Voila! Along with this sound, silver light, as bright as the Milky Way, poured out of the mouth of the bottle into the void. Just like the saying goes, it was suspected that the Milky Way had fallen from the ninth heaven. The lake water was gorgeous and dazzling. It contained mysterious symbols, but in the blink of an eye, it dissipated in the air as if it had evaporated. Very soon, no trace of it could be seen. Guchanga seemed to be a little stunned at all this, and then said with some regret, "You poured it out just like that?" Gusianer coldly rolled her eyes at him. "What else can I do? Do you really want me to drink it?" "Wastrel girl," Guchanga sighed slightly. "If you don't want to drink it, can't you just return it to me? You wasted a perfectly good reincarnation lake water just like that. That Chinwea probably paid a huge price to obtain such a small bottle of reincarnation lake water. Did you get the main point wrong? You're actually feeling sorry for this lake water?" Hearing this, Gusianer looked at him with dissatisfaction. She originally thought that after she made this choice, Guchanga would show a different attitude from before. For example, he would be gratified, happy, or praise her. But he didn't. He was actually feeling sorry for such a small bottle of reincarnation lake water. Could it be that in his heart, she wasn't even worth this bottle of water? Guchanga looked at her expression that seemed to say, "Hurry up and praise me." He couldn't help but laugh. "You poured out my reincarnation lake water, and now you want me to praise you? Gusianer, you don't look that good, but your imagination is pretty good. Guchanga, you only know how to speak against your conscience. You're a despicable scoundrel. Don't think that I'll pay attention to you in the future." Gusianer was extremely angry. She was so angry that her delicate body trembled. Unfortunately, her body was made of bamboo and didn't have any undulations. After leaving behind such a vicious sentence, her figure flashed, her skirt fluttered, and she disappeared. What did he mean by she didn't look that good, but her imagination was pretty good? Was she not beautiful? Gusianer originally wanted to say that she would teach Guchanga a lesson in the future. But after seeing Guchanga's strength with her own eyes, she didn't have such thoughts. After thinking for a long time, the only threat she could think of was this. Guchanga shook his head and watched Gusianer walk away. The smile on his face finally disappeared. Actually, even if Gusianer drank this bottle of reincarnation lake water, it wouldn't have any effect. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so assured to give this bottle of water to her. With Guchanga's personality, he wouldn't do anything that was beyond his control. If Gusianer recovered her memories and couldn't let go of her 2 senior brothers from her previous life, what would she do? Was he going to confront Guchanga again? Or Gusianer would take the initiative and personally cut off her relationship with her 2 senior brothers from her previous life? But to her, this was too cruel. Guchanga didn't want her to do these things either. These bloodstained things and killing fellow disciples were not suitable for someone like her who was floating in the air. Gusianer pouring away the reincarnation lake water was actually the best choice for her. Of course, if she drank it, the result would be the same. Because a long time ago, Guchanga already knew that the bone of Tao contained some innate bone scripts that didn't belong to this era. They were incomparably mysterious and complex. They had a significant impact on his cultivation, and he took the initiative to erase them later on. And those innate bone scripts were obviously fragments of the soul's memories. So if his guess was right, the reincarnation memories of a Tao immortal were actually contained in the bone of Tao. But Gusianer's bone of Tao was dug out by Guchanga when she was very young. Now, the bone of Nirvana rebirth was very pure and didn't have any traces or imprints of her previous life. This meant that Guchanga had actually helped her cut off her connection with her previous life. After that, Gu Changa didn't care about Gu Sienna anymore before the Purple Mansion realm experts came. He brought Qing Feng with him and planned to bring Qing Xiaoyi back. Back then, he casually found a mansion and threw her in. With Qing Xiaoyi's current cultivation, it wouldn't be a problem for her to be locked up for 3 to 5 years. Gu Changa wasn't worried about her safety. He had already obtained the source of Qing Xiaoyi's immortal demon body through the guidance of the Dao fruit, so he didn't harm her. Soon, he and Qing Feng arrived at this desolate and quiet mansion. It had been abandoned for many years, and no one lived in it. When he saw Qing Xiaoyi again, she was much paler and more haggard than before. Her delicate face was also much thinner. She was like a clean little white flower, soft and weak. Young Lord Changa, big brother. Qing Xiaoyi widened her eyes in shock when she saw the two of them. She couldn't believe it. Over the past few days, she had gradually calmed down from the panic, uneasiness, worry, and despair she felt when she was kidnapped. The mysterious person who kidnapped her didn't reveal his true appearance. Qing Xiaoyi didn't know the other party's motive. "I'm here to save you." Gu Changa smiled and removed the restriction on her body. "Xiaoyi!" Qing Feng was so emotional and excited that his face turned red. He was so emotional that he almost cried. Young Lord Changa suppressed Heavenly Lord Ziyang and came to save you. He was so emotional that he couldn't speak coherently. Seeing Qing Xiaoyi's confusion, he told her everything that had happened over the past few days, including how she was kidnapped by Heavenly Lord Ziyang. Heavenly Lord Ziyang planned to hand her over to the inheritor of the demonic arts. Then Gu Changa told her in detail how he suppressed Heavenly Lord Ziyang, found out her whereabouts, and came to save her. After hearing it, Qing Xiaoyi was shocked. She was even more grateful to Gu Changa. She had always admired Gu Changa. Now that Gu Changa had saved her from the demonic claws, she felt that there was an inexplicable fate between Gu Changa and her. Naturally, Gu Changa waved her hand and declined, saying that it was his duty. Then he brought Qing Xiaoyi and Qing Feng back to Black Tortoise Ancient Country. There were already elders there, including the elder who had given Qing Feng the 9 Revolutions soul return elixir. They were naturally happy that Qing Xiaoyi could return safely. However, considering that something big was going to happen soon, they quickly left with the two. They didn't want to stay any longer. Black Tortoise Ancient Country had become a place of trouble. It was the same for the other ancient countries. Sensing that something big was going to happen, many cultivators left in a hurry. Gu Changa was here. If the Z Mansion wanted to take revenge, they would definitely send powerhouses to kill him. A battle between such experts could destroy the heavens and earth in an instant, let alone a small ancient country. Even if hundreds of them came, they would be annihilated in the aftermath. With that in mind, Gu Changa decided to leave Black Tortoise Ancient Country first. It wasn't that he didn't want to get involved. To him, the life and death of these small ancient countries was not worth his attention. He planned to go to Black Tortoise Ancient Country. After all, that was the home of another child of destiny, Chu Hao. When the city gate is on fire, the fish in the moat will be implicated. How could a small country like Black Tortoise Ancient Country withstand such a big fire? Would Black Tortoise Ancient Country dare to chase him away? "Master, the people I sent seem to have lost track of Qin Huya. He seems to be very good at hiding. We don't know where he is now." After that, Inmei rushed over. Her charming face was filled with confusion. She reported another matter. After Qin Huya escaped from Hengyu Mountain, Gu Changa ordered Inmei to keep an eye on him. After suffering a loss once, Qin Huya would not allow Gu Changa to leave any mark on him. He was very smart and had many tricks up his sleeve. Inmei did not expect to suffer a loss in the hands of Qin Huya. In the end, she actually lost track of him. No harm. Qin Huya will appear again sooner or later. Hearing that, Gu Changa only waved his hand and said indifferently, as long as Tang Wan was under his control, Qinhuia would not be able to escape. During this period of time, this place will not be peaceful. You go back to the Merchant Union first. Help me look up some information about the reclusive Ji family. Gu Chang'e instructed Yin Mei to leave first. There was no need for her to stay here for long. Yin Mei gave a light grunt. She wasn't worried that anything would happen to Gu Chang'e. In the following days, Black Tortoise Ancient Country was not peaceful at all. Every day, cultivators and Heaven's favorites could be seen leaving. They either returned to their homeland or to the Immortal Academy. Even some of the cultivators who lived in Black Tortoise Ancient Country had to leave their homeland with their people. The ruler of Black Tortoise Ancient Country was always worried. He did not dare to take the initiative to talk to Gu Chang'e about this. He could only pray that the aftermath of the battle would not affect this place. Otherwise, even 100 Black Tortoise Ancient Countries would not be enough to destroy this place. During this time, Gu Chang'e received a message from Yu Mingkong. She asked if the peerless Celestial Dynasty needed to help. To this, Gu Chang'e only replied that there was no need. Yu Mingkong also knew that a mere Zifu was not worth Gu Chang'e's attention. Hence, she did not continue to ask after receiving this reply. She also had things to do. Among the 7 Heavenly Sovereign artifacts, she already had the Heavenly Sovereign Mirror and Heavenly Sovereign Seal. Now, she also knew the whereabouts of the Heavenly Sovereign Sword. She was planning to obtain it. After gathering all 7 Heavenly Sovereign artifacts, she could open the Immortal Palace's treasure that had collapsed in the long river of time. While Gu Chang'e was in Black Tortoise Ancient Country, the other orthodoxies in the Upper Realm were not peaceful either. Outside Heavenly Emperor Mountain, a divine lake suddenly emitted a dazzling divine radiance, illuminating the surrounding water blue. A blurry and tall figure soared into the sky. He held a trident that seemed to be able to destroy everything. His eyes were like heavenly blades as he looked at the Zifu. In another place, amidst a blood-red mountain ridge, a figure with a terrifying aura took a step forward. Blood-red clouds appeared under his feet. The Zifu has harmed the successor of Heavenly Emperor Mountain. This is an irreconcilable grudge. These terrifying existences' voices were cold and murderous. Rays of divine light soared into the sky. One could see the majestic ancient beings gathering. Their blood surged into the sky, and their murderous aura soared. The clouds rolled, and it was as if dark clouds were pressing down. Ing Yu's figure was among them. After listening to Gu Chang'e's words, the first thing she did after returning to Heavenly Emperor Mountain was to persuade the terrifying existences to wash away the humiliation that Heavenly Emperor Mountain had suffered recently. It was obvious that these terrifying existences had been suppressing their anger for a long time. This was even more so at this time. They did not hesitate at all and appeared from their seclusion to seek justice. Even if the Zifu dared to protect Ziyang, who was related to the inheritor of the demonic arts, it was equivalent to protecting the inheritor of the demonic arts. In other words, it was equivalent to protecting the enemy of Heavenly Emperor Mountain. How could this grudge be resolved so easily? Soon, the supreme beings among these beings made their move. They directly opened up a space passage to break through the boundary and arrive at the Zifu. At the same time, the immemorial Yi clan, the Endless Fire Nation, the Golden Qilin clan, the White Tiger clan, and other forces also reported great changes. An army began to gather. It was vast and majestic, covering the sky and the sun. The warships in the middle were majestic and ancient. Scales flickered, colorful feathers flowed, and devil wings covered the sun. The space passage opened and directly arrived at the territory of the Zifu. In an instant, the upper world was in an uproar. They had a feeling that this was the sign that the immortal battle was about to begin. Outside the Zifu, many orthodoxies' armies began to appear. They were bound to suppress the Zifu. However, the Longevity Gu clan was rather quiet. Clouds rose, and the scene was magnificent. Many celestial mountains were surrounded by chaotic fog. It was as if they had arrived before the opening of the sky. A mere Zifu. What a joke! How dare you challenge the dignity of the longevity Gu clan? I'm afraid you're tired of living in a majestic hall. An old man with yellow teeth who looked like an old farmer and was smoking a pipe chuckled. He looked rather disdainful and contemptuous. The Zifu must have forgotten how their ancestral master was tainted with misfortune, and how he came to the Gu clan's mountain gate in the end. It seems that time waits for no one. I'm afraid that those little fellows who knew about this have all been tortured to death by us. Accompanied by a faint voice, an old man with an earthy aura slowly walked in from outside the hall. His face was hale and hearty. He had a rusty iron sword at his waist, but he seemed to be in good spirits as he walked. In the hall, the current Gu clan leader, Gu Changa's father, Gulintian, was rather respectful. In front of these old men, he had no right to speak. The Gu clan's ancestral masters were different from the other orthodoxies. They were not ranked according to seniority, but according to strength. However, this ranking had not been done for a long time. This was because no one knew whether the ancestral masters were dead or alive, whether they were in seclusion, or where they were buried. Over time, even the Gu clan members did not know how many ancestral masters they had left. In any case, if they could not make up their minds, they would just dig up their ancestral graves. Over the years, except for Gu Xian-er's ancestral master, Gu Nanshan, who came out to take a breather, the Gu clan rarely had any ancestral masters appear. Almost all of the Gu clan's affairs, big or small, were handed over to the clan leader and the clan elders to handle. Now that the ancestral masters in the hall had made breakthroughs in their cultivation, they were in a good mood and came out to take a look at their juniors. Gulintian would not disturb them over a small matter like the Zifu. Chapter 340. As this hale and hearty old man walked into the hall, his robes fluttered in the wind, and he was in high spirits. One could see that when he was young, he was elegant and refined. His entire person carried a sense of being one with the Tao, as if he was standing at the center of the Tao. The rhythm of the Tao was natural, and the laws were intertwined. As he walked, even the heavens and earth seemed to be one with his breathing. Even the old man who had been smoking like an old farmer just now stood up and seemed to be quite respectful to him. "Greetings, ancestor." In the hall, Gulintian didn't know which ancestor had entered, but his tone was respectful as he bowed. Other than Gulintian, there were many elders of the Gu clan in the hall. They came from various branches of the Gu clan. There was no need to talk about their cultivation. The weakest was a quasi-supreme, and they were discussing the matter of the Purple Mansion this time. To them, this was just an insignificant, trivial matter that did not hurt them at all. If it didn't involve Gu Changa, they probably wouldn't care so much. "Greetings, ancestor." The group of elders also bowed. Some people were already guessing the identity of the ancestor who had entered the hall. However, there were too many ancestors in the Gu clan. Some ancestors had never been seen even once in their millions of years of cultivation. The ancestor in front of them was one such ancestor. Many elders were unfamiliar with his face, but they didn't dare to disrespect him. One had to know that even as supremes, they were deeply trembling and had a natural desire to worship him from the bottom of their hearts. This could only mean that this ancestor's cultivation was already unfathomable. "My name is Gulang." While everyone was guessing, this ancestor spoke. There was some chaotic fog lingering in his hair, as if he had just climbed out of a graveyard. His voice carried a faint smile. He sized up the group of juniors in front of him and was somewhat satisfied. "Hiss! Ancestor Lang," the one who almost broke Heavenly Emperor Shen's Tao heart. Hearing this, all the elders of the Gu clan, including Gulintian, couldn't help but gasp slightly. Then Gulintian came forward and bowed slightly. "I am the current head of the Gu clan. Greetings, 18th ancestor." Even as the head of the Gu clan, his attitude was much more respectful than before. Gulang. This person was none other than an ancestor of the lineage behind him. There was no way to verify his age, and no one even knew which era he was from. The only battle he ever fought was against Emperor Kamikaze from Emperor Mountain countless years ago. When Heavenly Emperor Shintian ruled the world and ruled over the ancient races, his ambition grew. One day, he rode the Great Golden Path and arrived before the Longevity Gu family's mountain gate, attempting to provoke them. He wanted to see how deep the Longevity Gu family's foundation was. In the end, before he could step into the mountain gate, he was sent flying by a slap from the Gu clan's patriarch who had come out to take a breather. This matter shocked everyone. Naturally, this became the greatest stain on the brilliant Heavenly Emperor Shin. However, as time passed, many orthodoxies who had witnessed this incident were also buried in the river of time. By now, there were very few cultivator orthodoxies who knew about the secret. However, in the Gu clan, as long as there was a clansman who had studied the secrets of ancient history, they would know of this matter. Naturally, the people from Sky Emperor Mountain also knew about this. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been an incident where Inyu came to the Longevity Gu family to visit Gu Changa. In the end, she waited bitterly outside for half a month without seeing anyone and left in anger. How could an ordinary imperishable sect or longevity orthodoxy cause Emperor Mountain to be so wary of Emperor Ying's daughter? Not bad, not bad. But 18th ancestor? How long has this title been? Now that I've been slacking in cultivation for so long, I'm afraid I can't even become the 20th ancestor. Gulang was in a good mood. He shook his head slightly and smiled. He sensed the aura of his lineage on Gulintian. In terms of cultivation, he was not far from achieving the Tao. This made him feel quite relieved. In the past, when the Gu clan head was at this age, his cultivation was far from this level. This could only mean that Gulintian was quite talented. Hearing this, the elders in the hall were even more embarrassed. What did he mean by slacking in cultivation and not even becoming the 20th ancestor? Gulang was called the 18th ancestor because of his strength. He was ranked 18th among the Gu clan's patriarchs, but this was a very long time ago. Now, no one could say for sure what level his cultivation had reached. As mentioned before, the Gu clan's patriarchs rarely appeared in the world, not to mention the parts in the immortal world. Just the parts in the upper realm were enough for the Gu clan to ponder and guess. I already know about the Purple Mansion. One can survive a heavenly disaster, but not a human's. You don't have to worry about it. Instead, I'm very interested in the successor of the Gu clan. While everyone was speculating, Gulang spoke again. His eyes were deep, and many terrifying scenes appeared in his eyes. The ages had turned to dust, and the present had been destroyed. It seemed to have penetrated through many dimensions and landed in the Purple Mansion domain. His words were even more direct. He did not care about a small matter like the Purple Mansion domain. Before he walked out of the graveyard and came to the hall, he already knew about many things that had happened in the Longevity Gu clan during this period. He was not interested in any of the matters, big or small. The entire Gu clan was well organized under the leadership of the younger generation and was extremely prosperous. However, he was very interested in the successor, Gu Changa, who had almost caused a disaster. Speaking of which, this was a descendant of his bloodline. How could he be so vicious and merciless? At such a young age, he had made a move on his own cousin and dug out her Dao bone. Although the follow-up remedies were not brilliant, they had more or less solved the problem from the root. After hearing about this matter, Gu Zixing suddenly wanted to meet this junior. Of course, he would not blame Gu Changa. The matters of the younger generation were left to the younger generation. He was purely interested. Changa is now in the Black Tortoise ancient country, planning to suppress the Purple Mansion domain. If the 18th ancestor wants to see him, I will send a message to tell him to return to the clan. The matter of the Purple Mansion domain should not take up much of his time. Gu Lintian said when he heard this. After all, it was not easy for the ancestor to come out. If the ancestor took a good look at them and dropped something from his fingers, it would be enough for the younger generation to benefit greatly. Although Gu Changa was talented, he was still a junior in the end. They were also aware of the many rumors out there, contending against a quasi-supreme. To be honest, even as a father, he was stunned for a long time. He did not expect Gu Changa to have hidden such terrifying strength. Of course, he was more happy and gratified. Some of Gu Changa's plans during this period of time had actually been explained very clearly in the communication amulet. This time, the longevity Gu clan did not need to interfere in the suppression of the Purple Mansion domain. Gu Changa could easily deal with it with his own strength. Moreover, he had Gu Qingyi by his side. With her cultivation, even other ancient existences would have to think twice before making a move against Gu Changa. Therefore, Gu Lintian was not worried about Gu Changa. According to Qingyi's words, Changa has obtained many opportunities during this period of time. His cultivation has improved rapidly. This suppression of the Purple Mansion domain can be considered as a form of training for him. In addition, Gu Lintian was deeply impressed by his adopted sister. He could no longer see through her cultivation. He still remembered that when Gu Qingyi was born, she was only a 7 or 8-year-old girl. But in the blink of an eye, her cultivation had become unfathomable. As her adopted brother, he could not help but feel ashamed. Oh, since that's the case, then there's no need. I came out this time to meet some old friends. I won't be going into seclusion for a while. Let's wait for the good news from this little guy. Hearing this, Gulang only waved his hand and smiled faintly. He did not intend to let Gu Changa return. In this way, it might interfere with Gu Changa's plan. He actually admired this kind of brave, resourceful, and ruthless younger generation very much. He did not want to interfere too much. After saying this, Gulang did not say anything else. His figure flashed and disappeared from the hall. At his level, he could travel hundreds of millions of miles with a single thought. It was only an instant, but it was very likely that he would have already gone to an infinitely distant place. According to the information recorded in the legends, the 18th ancestor's personality is like this. Although he said that he did not intend to interfere, in fact, he is probably rushing to the Purple Mansion domain now. If the Purple Mansion domain does not have a strong foundation, I'm afraid it will not be able to last until Changa sends his troops. After Gulang disappeared, one of the elders said with a wry smile, I didn't expect this matter to alarm the 18th ancestor. If it was him, the Purple Mansion domain would not be able to cause any trouble. Many elders discussed spiritedly, but their words were full of admiration for the 18th ancestor. And from what they said today, it could be seen that the 18th ancestor had a very high opinion of Gu Changa. Thinking of this, the elders looked at Gu Lintian, their eyes shining. Patriarch, this time, the Gu family will send 5 martial emperors and 10 supreme martial artists to help the young master. What do you think? Before this, they had all heard Gu Changa's message and knew his plan. He said that the longevity Gu family did not need to interfere. Gu Changa intended to use this opportunity to train his army in the immortal ancient continent. But now, even the 18th ancestor had rushed over. The longevity Gu family could not let the ancestor take action while the younger generation watched from the side. Gu Lintian nodded. That's settled then. But this time, the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, the immemorial Yi clan, and the Endless Fire Nation have all rushed over. At most, we will only be there to hold the line. 5 martial emperors. But to be precise, it should be 2 martial emperors and 3 quasi-emperors. After breaking through the 9th heaven's supreme martial artist peak, one could enter the martial emperor realm. Those who had just entered the martial emperor realm were generally known as quasi-emperors in the upper realm. After becoming a quasi-emperor, the cultivator began to undergo Tao Nirvana. If they succeeded in Tao Nirvana, they would be known as the Martial Emperor Realm, which was also commonly known as the Martial Emperor Realm. That was the true Martial Emperor Realm, invincible in the universe. It was almost impossible to find an opponent in heaven or earth. In the lower realms that the upper realm relied on, only a world with a complete heavenly Tao could produce the heavenly Tao mark. Merging with the heavenly Tao mark would allow one to become a martial emperor. But in the upper realm, there were not many restrictions, because the heavenly Tao was complete and included countless lower realms. As long as a cultivator broke through the quasi-emperor realm and succeeded in Tao Nirvana, they could become a martial emperor. That was why there were many prodigies in the same era who achieved Tao Nirvana. Many orthodoxies called it the quasi-emperor realm to better distinguish between those who achieved Tao Nirvana and those who did not. Below the immortal realm, there was the immortal realm, sage realm, supreme realm, martial emperor realm, and above that the immortal realm. These were the 6 realms that everyone in the upper realm knew. Then orders were sent out, causing a sensation everywhere. The Gu family's higher-ups began to mobilize powerhouses to suppress the Purple Mansion. The Purple Mansion is courting death. On the divine mountains, terrifying powerhouses snorted and began to put on armor. The power of chi and blood rushed out from the top of their heads like true dragons. At the same time, ancient horns were blown. They were made from the horns of various terrifying beasts. As the sound shook, the Gu family's immortal guards were summoned. Boom! Brilliant doors of light pierced through, and celestial sound spread. Celestial chi filled the air, as if it was connected to another world. Immortal armor and divine soldiers riding ancient pure-blooded beasts walked out. Their murderous auras shook the heavens, and their auras were cold. Every one of them was wearing armor that shone with celestial light. It was as if they had experienced countless battles. Their eyes were like heavenly blades, causing the void to become unstable. Without a doubt, this was an invincible team of the Longevity Gu family. Normally, they would train and kill enemies in the other world, but when a war broke out, they would rush to the front line. In other directions, there were also doors opening. The divine light disappeared, and the momentum was monstrous. Soldiers began to rush out, riding all kinds of terrifying beasts. It was as if thousands of horses were galloping. At the same time, the heavens trembled. Domain-breaking ancient warships broke through from various small worlds. They were stained with blood, and they were surrounded by chaotic energy and immortal mist. They carried an unparalleled divine power. Obey the order. Suppress the Purple Mansion. In the endless territories where the Longevity Gu family was located, countless subordinate forces were shaken. Without any hesitation, they began to gather powerful forces. They had a strong belief in the Longevity Gu family. The battlefield, flying ships, and war beasts gathered into a terrifying force that stopped under the starry sky. There were hundreds of millions of them. The shocking changes at the Longevity Gu family's side immediately shocked many orthodoxies who were paying close attention to this matter. Many orthodoxies wanted to know how deep the Longevity Gu family's foundation was, and what kind of attitude they would have toward this battle. This was because the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, the Endless Fire Nation, and other orthodoxies had already rushed to the territory where the Purple Mansion was located. However, the Longevity Gu family did not make any moves. This made many people wonder if the Longevity Gu family really did not intend to interfere. However, soon, the surging waves shocked everyone. Domain-breaking ancient warships that were incomparably majestic and ancient like continents rushed out from the territory where the Longevity Gu family was located. Carrying dense chaotic energy and immortal mist, they directly broke through space and arrived with a great momentum that shook the heavens. In addition, many dazzling immortal guards rushed out, riding all kinds of terrifying beasts. Their murderous auras were monstrous, and they covered the sky. As for the combat strength of the subordinate forces, it was needless to say. Like locusts, they covered the sky and the sun. They were so majestic that they seemed to be boundless, dark clouds. Between heaven and earth, only endless darkness was left. The dark clouds pressed down on the city and directly descended on the territory where the Purple Mansion was located. Flatten the Purple Mansion. Show the might of the young lord. The terrifying momentum reverberated under the starry sky, and it almost made the sky explode. This scene directly made many orthodoxies who were skeptical about this to lose their voice. They were extremely shocked. To put it bluntly, this formation alone made many orthodoxies tremble in fear, asking for fresh flowers, compared to the armies sent by the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, the Endless Fire Nation, and other forces. This was more than several times more terrifying. Moreover, many orthodoxies spies noticed that the Longevity Gu family had at least 10 supreme beings at the same time. Their auras covered the sky, and it made people's hearts palpitate, and they couldn't help but kneel on the ground. There were even no quasi-supreme beings among them. One had to know that the Heavenly Emperor Mountain had 3 supreme beings, and the immemorial Yi clan also had 3 supreme beings. This was already considered an invincible force among many orthodoxies. The scarcity of supreme beings was not empty words. In the current true Immortal Academy, there are only a dozen or so known supreme beings. However, the Longevity Gu family sent a total of 10 supreme beings. This was a kind of attitude, and it was also a display of their terrifying foundation. The Violet Palace actually sent a supreme being to rescue their successor? Very well, the Longevity Gu family will send 10 supreme beings today. This made many forces tremble to the extreme. They knew that the Longevity family's foundation was terrifying and unfathomable. They had been standing tall since the most ancient times in the immortal domain, and they dared not imagine it. Now, many orthodoxies were asking themselves if this force suddenly came to their territory, would they be able to stop it? Perhaps apart from those orthodoxies that had existed since before the Forbidden Era, almost no one could stop it. When they thought of this, they couldn't help but shiver. Before this, many orthodoxies were guessing how deep the Longevity Gu family's foundation was, why they were able to stand tall and undying. Now, they finally knew a part of the reason. Then, domain-shattering ancient warships covered in primal chaos energy and immortal mist smashed through the sky dome one after another. There were traces of ancient supreme beings' blood on them. Gates of light opened one after another. Knights and soldiers with heaven overflowing auras slaughtered their way out, numbering in the thousands. Immortal armor shone resplendently, as if they had experienced endless slaughter. Experts with fiery tempers rushed into the heavens one after another, their blood and chi surging into the heavens. They were all like robust men, holding all types of weapons in their hands, riding on pure-blooded vicious beasts, entering the gates of light. Kill! Today, we will flatten the Purple Mansion, show our Longevity Gu family's might. The ancient warships were simple and majestic. They rumbled through the sky dome, smashing through the horizon, directly forcefully opening up a spatial passage. That type of immortal might was just too vast, unimaginable. It suppressed countless cultivators, making their souls tremble, unable to help but kneel on the ground. 0. Moreover, some cultivators seemed to have noticed that in addition to the Supremes, the Longevity Gu family had also sent out an Emperor Realm existence. An Emperor Realm existence was already an invincible existence that suppressed the foundation. Now that the Immortal Realm had not appeared in the Upper Realm, the Emperor Realm represented invincibility. For a moment, everyone's scalps went numb. Then, after the Longevity Gu family sent out their army in a distant place, ancient warships also began to rush over from the territory of the primeval divine sect. They were majestic, carrying endless killing intent, shattering the sky. The entire Upper Realm's attention was attracted by this battle. Many experts from various orthodoxies also rushed to the Purple Mansion immediately. Although they did not participate, they did not want to miss this terrifying battle. At this time, how could the Purple Mansion resist? However, because of this, Gu Changa of the Black Tortoise Ancient Country appeared to be very leisurely. Many cultivators had their attention on the Purple Mansion. On his side, there were fewer people paying attention to him. This made Gu Changa feel that some of his schemes might have been overthinking. He did not even need to make a move. Just this force alone was enough to suffocate the Purple Mansion. How could they resist? That was simply impossible. However, this way, he would lose the opportunity to test the immortal ancient continent's army. With the Purple Mansion as an example, which orthodoxy would dare to be tricked by him in the future? At this moment, in the courtyard, a few green bamboos rustled. It was very quiet and elegant. Gu Changa's robe was clean and spotless. Ji Qingxian was grinding for him beside him. On the other hand, he seemed to be writing something with interest. Tang Wan was wearing a plain gauze dress. Her face was gentle and beautiful. She did not wear any makeup, and her figure was graceful. She stood in front of him, respectfully and uneasily. In fact, she was not as calm as she looked. The more she understood, the more she felt that Gu Changa was terrifying. Previously, when Tang Wan read the ancient books, she guessed that Gu Changa was the inheritor of demonic arts. Now, it seemed that this guess was probably true. Just as the upper realm was in an uproar because of his actions, and the Purple Mansion was on the verge of being destroyed by many orthodoxies, he, as the person involved, was still leisurely practicing calligraphy. He was calm and indifferent, and there was a sense of transcendence. Such a huge difference made Tang Wan's heart tremble. She was terrified to the extreme. All right, this word is really difficult to write. At this moment, Gu Changa smiled and put down the brush in his hand. Young master's handwriting is really beautiful. Ji Qingxuan's beautiful eyes lit up. The word kill was supposed to be filled with killing intent. However, when Gu Changa wrote it, there was a sense of transcendence. It was as if this word could stop the war. However, if one looked closely, they would realize that this word contained a supreme mystery. The word kill could leave the paper at any time and turn into an iron-blooded weapon to kill everything. She was extremely impressed by such a state. You flatter. Gu Changa smiled and looked at Tang Wan, who had been waiting for him for a long time. Greetings, master. At this moment, in front of Gu Changa, Tang Wan did not dare to be as stubborn as before. She was deeply afraid and uneasy. This was because she was worried that after the Purple Mansion, the Tang family behind her would become the second Purple Mansion and follow in their footsteps. Although the Purple Mansion had not been destroyed yet, she felt that it was not far away. Even if Chu Hao took over the position of the future sect master of the Taishan Grotto Heaven, he would only die if he faced Gu Changa, not to mention Gu Changa's hidden strength. Just the many methods that he displayed on the surface was enough to make one tremble in fear. Before this, although Tang Wan knew that the Gu family was powerful, she never thought that it would be to such a terrifying extent. The entire situation in the upper realm had changed because of the longevity Gu family's army this time. During this period of time, Chu Hao seems to be discussing how to deal with me. I've said before that if he didn't provoke me, I wouldn't be bothered to do anything to him. To me, crushing him to death should be much easier than destroying the Purple Mansion. Gu Changa raised her eyes and glanced at her with a smile. She looked as gentle as a spring breeze. Hearing this, Tang Wan's face turned pale and a chill ran down her spine. She did not know how Gu Changa found out about this matter. However, what he said was true. During this period of time, Chu Hao did not listen to her advice. Instead, he still planned to deal with Gu Changa and did not give up. He wanted to take revenge for the humiliation that day. Her voice could not help but tremble. She could not suppress the fear in her voice. I've already advised Chu Hao. Master, can you give me a little more time? Chapter 341. In the courtyard, a gentle breeze blew, causing the green bamboo to rustle. The environment became even more tranquil. Is that so? However, I feel that Chu Hao still wants to kill me wholeheartedly. Is this my misperception? Or is this Chu Hao's arrogance and confidence? If I give you time, how many days do you think would be suitable? Or do you want me to do it myself? Actually, I hate trouble, but Chu Hao doesn't seem to be in the same category. In front of the stone table, Gu Changa gently blew on the steam in his teacup. His eyes were calm as he asked casually. His words seemed to be understated, as if he did not take it to heart. Ji Qingxuan's beautiful glass-like eyes revealed a hint of surprise. She stood by the side and obediently massaged Gu Chang's shoulders. She was already very competent in her role as a servant. In her opinion, with Gu Chang's status, how could he care too much about Chu Hao? The reason why he said that was purely because he felt uncomfortable being offended by an aunt. Master, please give me some more time, at most half a month. I will definitely let Chu Hao understand everything and let him give up. Chu Hao does not know the immensity of heaven and earth. If he has offended you, I hope that you will be magnanimous and not take it to heart. Tang Wan's voice was trembling and her eyes were filled with fear. She was obviously extremely frightened. From the meaning of Gu Chang's words, could it be that he was planning to attack Chu Hao? She did not dare to imagine that at this moment, if Gu Chang really attacked Chu Hao, how would Chu Hao survive? He would most likely die. Before this, no matter what she said to Chu Hao firmly believed that he would get back everything from Gu Chang sooner or later and wash away the humiliation that day. Chu Hao turned a deaf ear to Tang Wan's persuasion and ignored it. With this thought in mind, Chu Hao had actually come up with many schemes during this period of time. In Tang Wan's opinion, these schemes were stupid and would not affect Gu Chang in any way. After all, Chu Hao was just a little prince of the ancient kingdom of Phoenix. Compared to the entire longevity Gu clan, the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird was far inferior to even the smallest of its subordinate forces. With such a huge gap between them, did Chu Hao still think that he had any hope? Especially when even she had no choice but to help Chu Hao. How could he not understand? Tang Wan was very disappointed in Chu Hao now. She had already tried her best to help Chu Hao. However, not only was Chu Hao unwilling to help, he was even digging his own grave. If Gu Chang had truly intended to destroy the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird, it would have only taken him a few words to do so. Gu Chang didn't even need to do it himself. Countless orthodoxies and forces who wanted to curry favor with him were more than happy to do so. Hoping that Chu Hao's Taishan Grotto Heaven would protect him? Could it be that he couldn't see the end of the Zifu? There's no need for that. You don't have to worry about Chu Hao. I have something else that I need you to do. At this time, Gu Chang waved her hand and interrupted her. She indifferently said, "During this period of time, a person called Qin Wuya might come to find you. At that time, no matter what you encounter, don't be alarmed. Just do as I say, and it will be fine." Qin Wuya. Tang Wan was stunned. She didn't know why, but this name gave her a very familiar feeling. It was as if she had heard it somewhere before. Is this the senior brother of the heavenly sovereign Ziyang, Master's enemy? Suddenly, she came to a realization. Her expression changed slightly as she remembered. During this period of time, she had heard the name Qin Wuya. At that time, she felt that she was very familiar with this name. However, why would Gu Chang say that Qin Wuya would come looking for her? It's him. After all, you were his Taoist companion in your previous life. He knows of your existence and will definitely come looking for you to rekindle our relationship. Gu Chang glanced at her and said calmly, "Taoist companion in my previous life." Hearing this, Tang Wan suddenly opened her eyes wide. She couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Her face turned pale. During this period of time, a few vague images had faintly appeared in her mind. It was in front of the grand and ancient mountain gate. It was an era that was incomparably far away from today. The sky was high and the earth was far away. The mountains were majestic and the immortal mountains were magnificent. It was incomparably vast and boundless. She had a benevolent and well-respected father, the head of the sect. She also had a mature and steady senior brother as her Taoist companion. She also had junior brothers and junior sisters who bore the heavy responsibility of reviving the sect, although she comforted herself by saying that it was only a dream. However, she couldn't help but wonder if reincarnation really existed in this world. Now that she heard Gu Changa's words, she was completely stunned. It was as if there was a huge explosion in her head, buzzing and trembling. However, how did Gu Changa know all of this? And how did he say that Qinhuia was her Taoist companion in her previous life? This caused Tang Wan to be completely stunned. She simply didn't dare to believe it. Who exactly was Gu Changa? How did he know these things? Ji Qingxian also heard Gu Changa's words. She was also very shocked, but she didn't show it on her face. She could only pretend that she didn't hear anything. However, in her heart, Gu Changa became more and more mysterious. He even knew about the reincarnation of her previous life so clearly. How does Master know all of this? However, Tang Wan had been tempered in the Merchant Alliance and had been through a lot. She quickly regained her calm and couldn't help but ask. However, her voice contained a trembling fear that even she didn't want to admit. Gu Changa glanced at her and shook his head. You don't need to know these. You just need to remember what I told you to do. Yes. Tang Wan nodded. Her heart was filled with sorrow. She recalled Gu Changa's other identity, the successor of the ancient heavenly sovereign of Samsara. It wasn't strange that he could understand the path of Samsara and know all of this. However, she couldn't understand why all the men who were related to her would end up opposing Gu Changa. Whether it was Chu Hao or this man named Qinhuia, who was suspected to be her Taoist partner in her previous life, it was the same. In the end, she was the one who had to deal with them personally. This feeling made Tang Wan feel like she was about to die. Go back to the ancient kingdom of Phoenix first. If there's anything else, I'll tell you, Gu Changa said calmly. He knew what Tang Wan was thinking, but he didn't care. Yes, Master. Tang Wan lowered her head. Her expression was gloomy. After Tang Wan left, Gu Changa gestured for Ji Qingxian to leave as well. He looked at the piece of paper in his hand. His gaze was deep in thought. At this time, there's no way the Purple Mansion would give up on Heavenly Lord Ziyang. Although they're being besieged by the major orthodoxies, they'll definitely send powerhouses to rescue him. If the Grand Supreme Grotto Heaven knows what to do, they should know what to do. If they don't blame me for taking action again, Gu Changa couldn't help but murmur softly. His gaze was deep. At this thought, Gu Changa began to order his subordinates to imprison everyone from the Purple Mansion, including Heavenly Lord Ziyang, in the ancient kingdom of Phoenix. In any case, he planned to divert the trouble. If this could incite conflict between the Grand Supreme Grotto Heaven and the Purple Mansion, it would save him some trouble. If he couldn't, then he could just let the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird be caught in the crossfire and destroy them. Although Gu Changa wanted to target Chu Hao and the ancient kingdom of Phoenix, he would be criticized if he acted without a reason. After all, on the surface, he was the young leader of the Orthodox faction. He had to be careful. Moreover, the Longevity Gu family was showing their power. If his actions were too domineering and arrogant, the other orthodoxies would inevitably become wary of the Longevity Gu clan and develop other intentions. After much consideration, Gu Changa felt that it was more appropriate to use someone else to do the dirty work. As for Chu Hao, Gu Changa did not really care about him at the moment. After all, Chu Hao's background was far inferior to Heavenly Lord Ziyang's. Besides, he wasn't in a hurry to deal with Chu Hao. As the son of fate, Chu Hao was much more useful than Heavenly Lord Ziyang. Before this, he had not squeezed Chu Hao dry. It would be a waste to kill him like this. After all, such leeks were hard to find. Only Chu Hao and Qinhuia could be harvested by him. If this is the case, things will be much more logical. The ancient kingdom of Phoenix will be destroyed by the enraged Purple Mansion. When the time comes, I'll just say that I didn't expect the Purple Mansion to be so vicious. At this thought, Gu Changa couldn't help but smile. Then he set off for the ancient kingdom of Phoenix. The king of Black Tortoise Ancient Country and the others who were paying close attention to Gu Changa's every move smiled. They couldn't wait for the whole country to send off firecrackers and drums. Many families of Black Tortoise Ancient Country heaved a sigh of relief. They were afraid that the fight between the Purple Mansion and Guchanga would implicate them all. Now that Guchanga had left, Black Tortoise Ancient Country was much safer. They didn't need to worry like before. Marshal Uncle, after Juana left, did she go to see Guchanga? At the same time, in the imperial capital of Black Tortoise Ancient Country, in a grand and imposing mansion, two people were discussing something. The man who asked the question had a handsome face and a tall figure. He had an extraordinary temperament. He was Chu Hao. The old man in front of him had a sage-like demeanor and 3 strands of white beard. He was his martial uncle Bayang. The two of them left the ancient kingdom of Phoenix and followed Tang Wan. Chu Hao was eager to know the purpose of her visit and why she wanted to see Guchanga. If he couldn't get to the bottom of this, Chu Hao felt that he wouldn't be able to eat or sleep in peace. He couldn't even enter a meditative state, and his mind would be filled with demons. Juana won't betray me. She has her reasons. She was threatened by Guchanga. Chu Hao couldn't help but murmur. He felt as if a thorn was stuck in his heart. Thinking that Tang Wan had secretly come here to meet Guchanga without telling him, he felt very aggrieved and annoyed. He knew that with Tang Wan's character, she wouldn't do anything to betray him. But this kind of thing, if it were any other man, how could he tolerate it? However, he had to choose to forgive Tang Wan and pretend that he didn't see it. Hearing this, Bai Yang's expression turned ugly. He frowned and sighed. If Tang Wan didn't change her route, she should have gone to see Guchanga. Guchanga lives in that mansion now. He looked at Chu Hao with pity and sympathy. At this time, he couldn't think of any words to persuade him. Marshal Uncle, didn't you follow her? Although Chu Hao had guessed it, he still looked terrible when he heard what his martial uncle said. He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Guchanga is protected by a mysterious martial emperor. If I went there recklessly, the martial emperor might misunderstand and think that I'm with the Z Mansion to assassinate Guchanga, Bayang explained with a tinge of fear on his face. He knew a little about the supreme martial artist who was sent by the Z Mansion to rescue Lord of Heavenziang. Although he was stronger than the supreme martial artist, he wasn't that much stronger. At this time, if he met the mysterious martial emperor, wouldn't he be sending himself to death? Martial Uncle, you're so considerate. I was reckless. Hearing this, Chu Hao clenched his fists tightly and a sense of unwillingness surged in his heart. He had been cultivating since he was young and had a smooth journey. He had obtained many opportunities and hadn't encountered any setbacks. He was only a few hundred years old, and he was already at the peak of the quasi-supreme martial artist realm. His future was bright. As long as he didn't die in the future, he would definitely stand at the peak of the upper realm. However, now that Guchanga had dealt him a huge blow, even if his martial uncle, who had the strength of a supreme martial artist, showed up, he couldn't do anything to Guchanga. He didn't even dare to show up to investigate. But you don't have to worry. From what I saw, Tang Wan went to see Guchanga and came out. It was only the time to drink a cup of tea. Nothing should have happened between the two of them. Moreover, Tang Wan's aura is pure. She is still a virgin. Seeing Chu Hao in such a state, Bayang was a little worried and helpless. He patted Chu Hao's shoulder, afraid that such a good seedling would be ruined. Therefore, he couldn't help but advise Chu Hao. She was just a woman. Chu Hao didn't need to care so much. However, he didn't say these words. I know. Martial Uncle, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Chu Hao had already calmed down. He knew that it was impossible to blame Tang Wan at this time. However, he had to find a way to stop this kind of thing. Guchanga was so deranged. Who knew if he would suddenly do something reckless one day? When that time came, Tang Wan would be a weak woman. How could she resist? However, at this time, Chu Hao's expression changed again. He felt a message from the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird in his simmer ring. If it wasn't something serious, the Emperor of Vermilion Bird wouldn't take the initiative to contact him. What happened? Bai Yang noticed the change in Chu Hao's expression and couldn't help but ask. Something happened to the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird. Damn it. Gu Chang'e and I are irreconcilable. Chu Hao took out the Suma ring and quickly read the message. His expression changed drastically. His expression turned gloomy and ugly. He gritted his teeth and spat out these words from his throat. His hatred was monstrous. Martial uncle, let's return to the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird first. With that, he planned to leave. He didn't expect that Gu Chang'e wouldn't forget to scheme against the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird when he was fighting with the Purple Mansion. How ruthless! Could it be? Bai Yang's expression changed slightly. He knew the severity of the matter. He vaguely guessed something. He couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine when he saw Gu Chang'e's methods. While Chu Hao was discussing how to deal with Gu Chang'e had already made his move. His methods were terrifying and swift. It was hair-raising as he killed without spilling blood. During this period, the entire upper realm's attention was focused on the territory of the Purple Mansion. There wasn't a single cultivator or orthodoxy who wasn't paying attention to this. Even sects like Buddha Mountain and the Human Ancestors Palace were paying close attention. How many times had the immortal battle and the immortal tribulation happened since ancient times? Everyone's blood was boiling and their hearts were in turmoil. A majestic army arrived on ancient warships. They came from the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, the archaic Yi clan, and other orthodoxies. They came under the banner of suppressing the inheritors of demonic arts and heavenly sovereigns Inc. If they could destroy the Purple Mansion, they would be able to share many benefits. The Purple Mansion had been established for countless years and had accumulated many resources and foundations. In everyone's opinion, the Purple Mansion would definitely be destroyed in this battle. There was no other possibility. The battle caused an extremely terrifying commotion. The starry sky within 100 million miles was shaken. It was unimaginable. Kill. Destroy the Purple Mansion. Billions of cultivators and living beings crossed the void ocean and chaotic turbulence. Their momentum was monstrous, and their killing intent almost drowned out everything. Countless forces along the way were terrified. They hid in their own territories and didn't dare to make a sound. They watched as the orthodoxies and their affiliated forces flew across the sky and covered the sun. The army of millions and millions pressed forward, like a peerless blade forged with the might of the heavens, slashing apart everything with a loud bang. Boom! In the Purple Mansion, all the disciples and elders had solemn expressions as they activated all kinds of powerful techniques. Divine light shot into the sky as the protective mountain array was activated. Beams of various colors shot into the sky and intertwined between heaven and earth, forming an endless net to resist. However, there were too many cultivators. The thousands of races ruled by the Heavenly Emperor Mountain had all sent their elites. Thick clouds rolled as they fought until the sky and earth were turned upside down, and the sun and moon were no longer shining. It was rare to see such a scene in all of history. In the other direction, all the living beings could only feel a shocking supreme aura sweeping across the sky. Great stars trembled one after another, shaking like a sieve. The heavens were shaken, the universe distorting. Roars and shouts of killing could be heard from there, shaking countless forces. One could imagine what kind of terrifying battle was happening there. A battle between supreme beings. Many peerless avatars appeared. Purple energy extended continuously, transforming everything. They were indomitable and surrounded by countless divine lights. They were going to fight all enemies, as if they were standing at the peak of the universe. Vaguely, one could see a cauldron shrouded in endless light, a golden bell, a green seal. They were all floating. That was a supreme artifact. The moment it was awakened, it blurred all the laws. Many stars exploded and instantly turned into dust. All the cultivators and orthodoxies were dumbfounded at the sight. The Purple Mansion's foundation is so terrifying that it can directly block the attack of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain and the archaic Yi clan. I didn't expect the Purple Mansion to be so hidden. However, those supreme beings should have come from the ancestral hall. Their auras don't belong to the current generation. Many powerhouses of the orthodoxies were watching this battle closely. They were extremely shocked. They didn't expect that the situation that they thought would be one-sided would be in a stalemate. The strength of the Purple Mansion was simply beyond everyone's imagination. Many people finally realized that the Purple Mansion dared to do this because they were confident. At this moment, a rumbling sound suddenly came from the distant star domain. Everyone trembled as if their divine souls were about to shatter. The simple and unadorned flag swayed, supporting everything. The ancient battleship that was as majestic as an ancient continent cast an endless shadow. Then it blasted open the void, covered in chaotic energy, and crushed everything in front of it, crushing the sky. A large goo character swayed in the sky above. In front of it was the territory of the Purple Mansion. The Longevity Goo clan has arrived. This time, the Purple Mansion is doomed. He can withstand the alliance of several clans, but can he withstand the Longevity Goo clan's momentum? Looks like the Purple Mansion Mountain Gate is about to be breached. All the orthodoxies and forces were shocked as they watched the endless army of hundreds of millions of soldiers arrive, covering the sky and the starry sky. This was an unparalleled power that made people tremble in fear. Destroy the Purple Mansion. Show the Goo clan's might. An elder on the ancient battleship blew a horn, and then a terrifying wave of energy instantly descended. This battle instantly erupted. On the ancient battleship, runes filled the air and turned into divine swords that struck forward. In the depths of the starry sky, a sky full of glowing runes suddenly appeared, shaking the 9 heavens. The void trembled like a sieve as it was pierced through by strands of light and aura. The array in front of the Purple Mansion Mountain Gate was almost destroyed, and it couldn't be defended. This scene shocked the powerhouses who were watching this battle from afar, and they felt a chill down their backs. This was only one attack. If there were a few more, would the Purple Mansion Mountain Gate still be able to defend? Boom! At this moment, the Goo clan's supreme being made the first move. With a raise of his hand, the power of a supreme being swept in all directions, causing many stars to tremble. Kill! At this moment, 3 supreme beings rushed out from the Purple Mansion. Their auras were even more powerful than the supreme beings who were fighting against the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. The Goo clan has gone too far. You colluded with Goo Changa to obtain my Purple Mansion inheritance and suppressed my successor. This enmity is irreconcilable. The Purple Mansion inheritance is guarded by us, and outsiders are not allowed to covet it. The 3 supreme beings appeared under the starry sky. Their faces were cold and full of hatred as they directly cursed. Do you think you can offend my Goo clan with just the 3 of you? You know that you will die, but you still want to stop us. Your courage is commendable. Today I'll fulfill your wish. It's not a bad thing to have someone accompany you on the road to the Yellow Springs. At the same time, within the Goo clan's army, a terrifying aura filled the air, and divine light covered the land. 10 supreme beings appeared in all directions of the star field. Their faces were blurry, and their majesty overflowed into the heavens. Their words were cold and domineering. 10 supreme beings appeared, and their chi and blood pierced through the sky. They were determined to kill the 3 from the Purple Mansion. Everyone was shocked. Previously, they had vaguely sensed that the Goo clan had sent 10 supreme beings, but many people only felt that their auras were so and didn't appear. It was very likely that there were many half-supreme beings among them. Now that they personally witnessed it, it was truly horrifying. The 10 supreme beings were all at their peak. They were all upper-level supreme beings, definitely not lower level. Supreme beings were in the 9 heavens, and only those whose cultivation reached the 7 heavens could be called upper-level supreme beings. It was clear how terrifying this power was. No, this was a scene that made everyone feel despair. When the countless disciples and elders within the Purple Mansion saw this, they couldn't help but feel grief and hatred. Anger rushed into the heavens. Soon after, this terrifying great battle erupted. It affected everyone's minds, making them tremble to the extreme. The Purple Mansion's three supreme beings' attitudes were extremely domineering. They pressed forward courageously, not fearing death as they displayed their most powerful methods. Within the rumbling sounds, it was as if stars exploded. With a dong sound, everything in front of them collapsed. It was as if heaven and earth were collapsing. The universe shook violently and primal chaos surged. A heaven and earth splitting aura appeared, submerging everything. However, in the next moment, they almost immediately coughed out blood, and their bodies almost exploded. They were continuously sent flying, and along the way, countless stars were destroyed. They were instantly turned into fine powder. 10 supreme beings took action, looking down on everything. Unless an emperor-level existence took action, who could face them? All of the orthodoxies were shocked and felt their scalps go numb. With such a powerful Gu clan, even if the Heavenly Emperor Mountain and other powers didn't take action, they could still easily destroy the Purple Mansion. This was a completely one-sided situation. Chapter 342. You want me to help the Z Mansion? Are you joking? Or are you stupid? Just as the terrifying immortal battle was happening outside the Z Mansion territory. At this moment, the Forbidden Zone Reincarnation Lake was very peaceful. In the depths of the chaotic fog, the Demon Mountain was tall and majestic, and ancient trees were flourishing. It was like an area that had existed before the heavens were opened. Multicolored divine trees took root at the edge of the cliff, and they drooped down and condensed all kinds of laws. They were like old monsters that hadn't appeared in the world, and they had a kind of aura that made one's soul tremble. Between the mountain peaks of the cave residence, various kinds of divine light gushed out, illuminating the sky and making it look mysterious. This place was like an independent small world, and dazzling radiance could often be seen in the depths of the world. The surroundings were filled with the sound of birds chirping and the fragrance of flowers. The grass and trees were verdant, and Lingji mushrooms grew on the cliff. Auspicious beasts roared in the distance, and divine birds chirped in the sky. It was very peaceful, as if it was a pure land. No one would have thought that the mysterious forbidden zone of the upper realm, Reincarnation Lake, would be such a scene. A mysterious fluctuation transmitted in the void, revealing the disdain of the person who spoke. At this moment, at the foot of a divine mountain surrounded by golden light, Qin Wuya stood there. His expression was very calm and heavy. He was not surprised at all when he heard such a reply. Now, in the entire upper realm, how many forces dared to help the Z Mansion? Almost none. However, he still wanted to try. He didn't want to give up the chance to save Ziyang. He was able to rush to the Reincarnation Lake because he came here last time to exchange for the lake water. He had used a godly object from the 9 heavens to make an ancient existence here owe him a favor. If not for that, he wouldn't even have the qualifications to enter the Reincarnation Lake. I still have a lot of the things I gave you last time, said Qin Wuya. After all, he had lived in the 9 heavens for hundreds of years, and he had accumulated a lot of good things. Even such an existence would be moved. No. However, the ancient existence of the Reincarnation Lake directly refused. He then said with a faint mocking tone, "You can leave now." You should leave. Offending the Longevity Gu family will not end well for you. In addition, I also have a scripture of the immortal Tao from the 9 heavens. I know the heaven and earth changing technique of the Reincarnation Lake. When the time comes, you just need to hide your aura and save my junior brother. No one will be able to find you. 21. Right now, the Purple Mansion is in the midst of a great battle, and I have no time for other things. Gu Changa will only think that it was the Purple Mansion sect that secretly made a move. He won't suspect you. Qin Wuya said again. He even took out an incomparably rare immortal Tao scripture that would cause countless cultivators to fight for it if it was brought out in the outside world. Also, you don't have to help the Z government. You just have to save my junior brother. What do you think? In order to tempt this ancient existence before him, he lowered his request again. Why do you have so many good things on you? Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you and take it for myself? When the ancient existence heard this, he seemed to think about it seriously and was a little tempted. After all, as long as he could hide it from Gu Chang'e, it would be easy for him to save heavenly monarch Xiang. However, at this time he was tempted by greed. Last time, he swore on his Tao heart that he would not burn the bridge after crossing the river. But this time, in his eyes, Qin Wuya's cultivation was not high, but he had a lot of treasures. He even had a scripture of the immortal Tao from the 9 heavens. This was very shocking. At his level, what did he lack? It was nothing more than comprehension and understanding of other people's Tao. If he could get the scripture, he might be able to improve further and enter the immortal Tao domain. Hearing this, Qin Wuya was very calm. It was as if he had expected this and was not surprised. Believe me, I dare to say this to you because I have absolute confidence. I am not afraid of your greed, he said. Okay, then I will believe you again. If the Longevity Gu family knows about this, I will tell them immediately. You are the one who asked me to do this. This time, the ancient existence agreed very quickly and did not doubt Qin Wuya's words. Boom! In the divine mountain, runes flashed and a blurry and terrifying figure appeared. A golden path appeared under his feet. He took a step and disappeared. Seeing this, Qin Wuya finally breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Hang in there, junior brother. I am coming to save you. On the other side, in the palace of the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird, the king of the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird sent everyone away, except for the old eunuch who was closest to him. There was no one else in the palace. At this moment, his face was extremely ugly. It was extremely gloomy and even had a hint of anger. Even his favorite teacup was smashed to pieces at this time. This Gu Chang'e is too much. He knows that he is a disaster, and yet he still wants to come to the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird. Is he not trying to harm us? When the Violet Palace realm cultivators come and fight here, won't the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird be destroyed? He gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. He was so angry that his face was about to turn green. Who would have thought that after Gu Chang'e left the Black Tortoise Ancient Kingdom, not only did he not go to the Violet Palace realm to participate in this rare war, instead he imprisoned all of the Violet Palace realm cultivators in the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird. This matter made the king of the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird angry, but he could not voice his grievances. He wanted to refuse, but he did not dare to offend Gu Chang'e openly. He did not dare to refuse at all. Your Majesty, please calm down. It is better to discuss this matter with the third prince. Now that the army is coming to the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird, if young Lord Chang'e insists on using this place as the battlefield, how can the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird stop him? The old eunuch, who had no white beard, hurriedly tried to persuade him. He looked nervous, worried, and uneasy, as if he was facing an unexpected disaster. In the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird's territory, ancient warships could be seen hovering in the sky. No one knew where they came from, but they looked like ancient continents. They covered the sky and the sun, thick and majestic. Chaotic fog hung down from them, bringing with it a frightening pressure. Many figures could be seen on those ancient warships. They were densely packed, and there were at least 1 million of them. Their appearance was very different from that of the human race. They were a vast expanse of black, like thick, dark clouds. The clouds rolled and rolled, filling the air with an aura that made people feel terrified. Scales glittered, demon wings covered the sky, and colorful scales flowed. They were all from various immortal and ancient races. the Black Sky Eagle clan, the Divine Crocodile clan, the Ancient Flying Serpent clan, the Immortal Ancient Dragon clan. They were aggressive and murderous. They looked like they could destroy the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird in an instant. Many cultivators were worried and worried. But at this time, was it possible to ask Guchanga to leave? Not to mention that imprisoning Heavenly Lord Ziyang was not a small matter. What if the Z Mansion came to rescue them? What should they do? Therefore, what they needed to do now was to find a place to imprison Heavenly Lord Ziyang. If the Z Mansion really sent people to rescue him, it would be easier to deal with them. In the eyes of many cultivators, Guchanga's decision was reasonable and understandable. But he chose to imprison Heavenly Lord Ziyang in the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird. This made many people feel helpless and uneasy. After all, no one wanted to be involved in an unexpected disaster. Therefore, many cultivators chose to leave their homeland and leave the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird as soon as possible. We can only wait for Hao to come back. If we really start a war here, how can the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird have any hope of surviving? Your Majesty is right. Otherwise, we can only wait for our country to be destroyed. Just as the Vermilion Bird King and the old eunuch were discussing, a spatial fluctuation came from the sky outside the palace. Chu Hao and Bai Yang's figures walked out from within and quickly entered the hall. Although the Black Tortoise Ancient Kingdom and the Ancient Kingdom of Vermilion Bird were very far apart. But with Bai Yang's supreme skills, he was able to open a spatial passage and rush back quickly. How are you finally back? Greetings, Supreme Yang. The Vermilion Bird King was delighted. He strode to Chu Hao's side and bowed to Bai Yang. Bai Yang waved his hand slightly, indicating that there was no need for that. Father, I've already found out about this matter. Now that the Z Mansion has offended so many orthodoxies, it's already a situation where they won't rest until one of them dies. At this moment, the Z Mansion will definitely disregard everything and try to rescue Heavenly Lord Ziyang. If the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird imprisons Heavenly Lord Ziyang, the Z Mansion will definitely rush here as soon as they hear the news. By then, with the strength of the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird, let alone resisting, I think we'll be reduced to ashes in an instant and cease to exist. Guchanga's evil intentions are merciless. This plan can be said to be vicious. Chu Hao was the first to speak. His expression was extremely solemn. Before they came, the Vermilion Bird King had already made it clear in the communication amulet. Guchanga would imprison Heavenly Lord Ziyang in the Z Mansion and bring him to the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird. Besides that, Guchanga had also gathered a 1,000,000-man army and was assembling them in the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird. Their momentum was so great that it covered the sky and the sun, causing countless cultivators to tremble in fear. No matter which one of these two things happened, it would be extremely fatal to the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird. So what do you think, Hao? Guchanga is determined to be a bystander. He wants to destroy the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird. The Vermilion Bird King's face was pale and his voice was trembling. He was very anxious and could not make up his mind. He was just a small king. Although he was very angry and dissatisfied with Guchanga, he did not dare to show it on his face. But now Guchanga's actions were equivalent to destroying the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird. The current situation was like a battle between real dragons. The ants under their feet would be annihilated by a wisp of mana. It was more frightening than walking on the edge of a bottomless abyss. Father, don't worry. I have already thought of a countermeasure on my way back. At this time, even if we don't dare to, we can only reject Guchanga's request. When the gods fight, the mortals suffer. He is obviously going to deal with us. Do you think we should be afraid of him and not reject him? I've already discussed it with Uncle Master. This time, even if we have to offend Guchanga, we have to reject him. We can't let him imprison Lord Ziyang in the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird. Chu Hao's attitude was very tough. He then began to talk about his plan. The Vermilion Bird King listened with a conflicted expression, because he knew what would happen if he offended Guchanga. When the time came, even if the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird was saved, the situation would not be good. Guchanga's personality was like this. He had already experienced it. In front of others, he was gentle and elegant, but in reality he was cold to the bone. He was high up and looked down on ants like them. "All right, then we'll do as Howard said." The Vermilion Bird King nodded with a heavy expression. At this time, a figure suddenly walked in from outside the main hall. Her steps were light, and there was a look of surprise on her face. When the guards outside saw this, they did not dare to stop her. Miss Wan." Chu Hao and the Vermilion Bird King looked up. Both of them had different feelings. With Chu Hao's cultivation, he had already sensed Tang Wan's arrival. However, he did not get up to greet her. Instead, he deliberately let her hear these words. On the one hand, he wanted to know what kind of attitude Tang Wan had toward Guchanga. "Brother Hao." The person who came was Tang Wan, who had already returned to the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird. She had something to discuss with Chu Hao. However, she did not expect to hear what they were discussing as soon as she arrived. Her heart was immediately covered with a layer of haze. "I heard you guys discussing how to deal with Guchanga. In my opinion, you guys need to discuss this again. Don't be so reckless. Not to mention the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird. Even the grand grotto heaven behind, you can't go against Guchanga. The Z Mansion is a living example." Tang Wan stared at Chu Hao with her beautiful eyes. She was very direct and went straight to the point. She did not know what kind of emotions she was feeling. Helplessness, resentment, perhaps all of them. Why did Chu Hao still understand when things had come to this point? Why did he insist on courting death? From Guchanga's words, it seemed that he did not care about Chu Hao at the moment. If Chu Hao really wanted to take revenge, he should work hard to cultivate at this time and strive to become stronger. He should not provoke Guchanga and offend him. In Tang Wan's opinion, this was an unwise choice. Are you trying to persuade me to let go of my hatred again?" Chu Hao frowned slightly. He was a little dissatisfied. Tang Wan's current attitude made the thorn in his heart hurt even more. U-703 recalled that she had secretly gone to meet Guchanga without telling him. She even used the excuse that she had family matters to attend to. Chu Hao felt that his heart was hurting. Even if she had her own difficulties, she should be honest about this kind of thing and not deceive the other party. Hearing Tang Wan's words, Bai Yang, who had been silent at the side, frowned. He was displeased. In fact, he did not have a good impression of Tang Wan. Especially after the recent events, he developed a sense of disgust. However, considering her relationship with Chu Hao, he did not say much. But now, Tang Wan actually said that in front of him. She was just short of saying that the Taishan Grotto Heaven could not afford to offend Guchanga. This really made him unhappy. He felt that the Taishan Grotto Heaven had kept a low profile for a long time and was looked down upon by others. "Brother Hao, I'm not persuading you to let go of your hatred. I'm just asking you to think twice before you act. Don't overestimate yourself and act on impulse." Tang Wan's expression changed slightly. She felt that she had been misunderstood by Chu Hao. She hurriedly explained, "What you should do now is to improve your strength. If Guchanga goes against you, you'll have a higher chance of survival." Her words seemed to come from the bottom of her heart. Tang Wan's character was the same. She did not like to beat around the bush. She believed that Chu Hao would understand her good intentions. "That's enough. I don't want to hear you say these words ever again." However, Chu Hao's face flashed with pain when he heard that. He waved his hand and interrupted her. "I realize that you've changed a lot compared to before. However, I understand that you're doing this for my own good. But this time, can you not stop me? If I do as you say, the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird will be destroyed." Hearing that, Tang Wan opened her mouth. For a moment, she did not know what to say. Soon, her expression turned gloomy. Then, she turned around and left without saying a word. Chu Hao suddenly felt a sense of loss. However, he was not an ordinary person. He knew that this was not the time to waste. Heaven Lord Ziyang would be imprisoned in the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird for one more day. Then, the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird would be in danger for one more day. Soon, Chu Hao calmed down. He planned to confront Gu Chang'e at this moment. He wanted to lay his cards on the table and let him take Heaven Lord Ziyang away. How? Martial uncle will go with you. Bai Yang's expression turned solemn. He was extremely wary of Gu Chang'e. In his opinion, this showdown was equivalent to falling out with Gu Chang'e. In the future, the entire ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird would be on the opposite side of Gu Chang'e. The consequences of this were unimaginable. Meanwhile, in the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird, Gu Chang'e, who was waiting for the person who saved Heaven Lord Ziyang to arrive, naturally heard the notification from the system. To him, this amount of fate points and fate points was not essential. What Gu Chang'e cared about was the blow to Chu Hao. If things did not develop this way, how would Qin Huiao be able to get involved? It seems like there's a rift between Tang Wan and Chu Hao. The so-called feelings are so fragile and useless. He could not help but laugh. He had already guessed what Chu Hao was going to do next. Chu Hao's idea was good. However, how could he not expect Gu Chang'e? Chapter 343. If you want to break out of this situation, you can only use the bigger picture to pressure me. But will the so-called bigger picture really work on me? Chu Hao has overestimated the people's will. Before absolute power, who dares to resist? What a joke! Inside the palace, Gu Chang'e stood with his hands behind his back. His robe fluttered in the wind as he stared out the window. There was a faint smile on his lips. Everything was going according to his plan. He had already thought of all the ideas that Chu Hao could think of in advance for Chu Hao. The ancient country of Suzaku had been devoured by him a long time ago. It was a fact that could not be changed. Even if Chu Hao was the child of fate, he could forget about changing this. There was a limit to one's strength. There was nothing he could do. The only thing Chu Hao could do now was to watch in despair as the ancient country of Suzaku was destroyed and turned into ashes. Just as Gu Chang'e was pondering, a servant's report came from outside the palace. Young master, the descendants of the various clans of Immortal Ancient are here to see you. Gu Chang'e collected his thoughts and said, "Let them in." Soon, following the sound of footsteps, several people entered the palace. Their auras surged like rolling clouds. They flashed with all kinds of colors, and their blood was incomparably powerful. The leaders were also the descendants of the various clans. They were clad in scales. Behind them stood the ancestors of the various clans. They were suppressing the void here as if they could fill up every inch of space at any time. They were extremely powerful. Their cultivation levels were all at the quasi-supreme realm. They once stood against Gu Chang'e in the immortal ancient continent. However, Gu Chang'e then plotted against them. He passed down the immortal art of the wedding dress and controlled the entire immortal ancient clans. They were no exception. They were all enslaved by Gu Chang'e. Everyone looked at Gu Chang'e with respect. "Greetings, master. No need to be so polite." Gu Chang'e nodded slightly. He glanced over and was satisfied. The Dark Sky Eagle clan, the Ancient Soaring Serpent clan, the Alligator clan, the Immortal Ancient Dragon clan, they all came. The powerhouses they sent were not weak either. It seemed like they did not go against his orders. Then his gaze paused on one of them. "How's the matter I gave you going?" Replying to master, "Yanyu has done everything according to your instructions. I dare not disobey you in any way. This time, when we left the immortal ancient continent, we brought them with us. We are waiting for you to check them." The person who spoke was dressed in a long black dress with a veil covering her face. Her skin was as white as porcelain, her eyes were like limpid autumn waters, and her hair was soft and smooth. She seemed very tranquil and moving. He looked at Guchanga and spoke respectfully. She was black-colored jade, known as the #1 beauty in the immortal ancient continent. The current leader of the Black Sky Eagle clan was still young. However, he was highly regarded by Guchanga and now had a terrifying prestige in the Black Sky Eagle clan. The other heavenly geniuses from immortal ancient clans couldn't help but lower their heads before her, feeling great fear. Really? Guchanga smiled casually. Since you said so, I'll believe you for now. Back then, he asked black-colored jade to secretly collect all kinds of cultivation resources for him. What he wanted her to do was similar to Inmay's, which was to find all kinds of heavenly geniuses with rare constitutions and origins. But now, those resources were no longer very important to him. Guchanga's cultivation was almost at the quasi-supreme realm. The resources that Yen Ru Yu collected were of no use to him. However, during this period of time, Yen Ru Yu should have collected many special constitutions. He could take a look later. Master, Yen Yu does not dare to forget what you asked of me. Black-colored jade lowered her eyes and said respectfully with a gentle voice, "Come here. You don't have to be so far away from me. Could it be that I'm some kind of scourge?" Guchanga said with a smile, "Yes, master." Hearing this, Black Jade was pleasantly surprised. Then, she walked lightly to Guchanga's side. She looked very demure. At first, she was worried and uneasy. She was afraid that Guchanga would not be satisfied with what he asked of her. Because of this, the entire Black Sky Eagle clan was implicated. She knew very well what kind of methods and identity Guchanga was hiding. There was probably no one in this world who was more terrifying than him. Combined with the many things that happened in the upper realm, Yen Ru Yu was even more uneasy and frightened. The calm and indifferent expression on the surface was just something she deliberately showed. In fact, she was panicking in her heart. Accompanying a king was like accompanying a tiger. After all, it was not only her, but also the Black Sky Eagle clan behind her. Their lives were in Guchanga's hands. They could be crushed to death at any time because of his mood. To the other clans of Immortal Ancient, they all thought that Guchanga made the Black Sky Eagle clan, Ancient Soaring Snake clan, and Divine Crocodile clan submit to him because of his identity as the successor of the ancient Heavenly Lord of Samsara. However, only black-colored jade knew that this was not the case. The real successor of the ancient Heavenly Lord of Samsara had long been killed by Guchanga. The so-called successor of the ancient Heavenly Lord of Samsara was nothing more than a substitute. Now that she saw Guchanga's attitude, it meant that he was quite satisfied with her, making black-colored jade let out a long sigh of relief. The corners of her mouth, under the veil, also revealed a faint smile. After receiving Guchanga's order, she immediately gathered the Black Sky Eagle army. Previously, because Guchanga gave her a technique, she had to pass down the cultivation method. Black-colored jade did not dare to disobey. Although she knew that the cultivation method might not be anything good, she did not dare to disobey. "If you work for me, you will not miss out on the benefits." Guchanga smiled casually. "It is Yen Yu's honor to work for Master." Black-colored jade's eyelids drooped slightly, but she still could not hide the joy and happiness on her face. "Is that so?" Guchanga still had a smile on his face as he wrapped his arms around her waist. Black-colored jade's cheeks flushed red. She felt a little shy, but she also leaned into his embrace. When the people of Immortal Ancient saw this, they were envious. Such an intimate action meant that black-colored jade was highly regarded by Guchanga. As for what mission Guchanga gave black-colored jade, they actually did not know. Now, other than envy, what else could they do? With the identity of Immortal Ancient Continent's #1 beauty, she still had a lot of advantages. From today onwards, the various races of Immortal Ancient would have to respect her. Black-colored jade was also very smart. From the respect and envy of the various races of Immortal Ancient, she also understood the intention of Gu Changa's action just now. He wanted to let the various races of Immortal Ancient understand that she was his person and was highly regarded by him. In this way, her authority in Immortal Ancient would be greater, and the others would not dare to be disrespectful to her. If she worked for Gu Changa, it would be much more convenient and smooth. So this is the benefit that Master was talking about. After thinking through this, black-colored jade felt a little disappointed. That's right. With Gu Changa's temperament, why would he suddenly do such an intimate action to her? She was thinking too much, but she was also thinking too much. After that, Gu Changa gave a few more instructions, and then waved his hand to let the various races of Immortal Ancient leave, leaving only black-colored jade behind. Master, do you want to see those imprisoned cultivators? Black-colored jade's eyes fell on Gu Changa's face as she asked softly, "Let's go." Gu Changa nodded and let go of her. Then the two of them left the palace, with black-colored jade leading the way. Black-colored jade felt a little disappointed in her heart, but she did not dare to show it on her face. The ancient warships of various races of Immortal Ancient hovered in the sky 800,000 li away from the Vermilion Bird Palace. The cultivation resources that black-colored jade brought for Gu Changa were naturally imprisoned there. In fact, it wouldn't take Gu Changa a long time to get there from here. By the way, Master, some time ago I caught a group of mysterious people outside the Immortal Ancient Forbidden Land. I don't know what brought them here. The materials in the Immortal Ancient Forbidden Land did not work on them. Moreover, those mysterious people were dressed strangely, and they had a strange metal weapon in their hands that could shoot out a silver metal. The killing power was not small, and ordinary wild beasts were no match for them. However, these mysterious people did not seem to have cultivated before, and their physiques were very weak. Even the weakest child in my race could bully them. On the way to the ancient warship, black-colored jade suddenly thought of another matter and reported to Gu Changa. Mysterious people outside the Immortal Ancient Forbidden Land. Strange clothes? What brought them here? Metal weapons? Gu Changa raised her eyebrows slightly when she heard this. This kind of origin sounded very familiar. Could it be that they were visitors from Earth? He seemed to have smelled the scent of chives from it. The Immortal Ancient Continent was a piece of land that had been moved here by the existence of the Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace. At that time, the Immortal Ancient Forbidden Land was also brought over by that existence. Although it had always been hidden in the depths of the Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace, after Gu Changa took action to unify the various races in the Immortal Ancient Forbidden Land, the Immortal Ancient Forbidden Land was open to the public. Now, cultivators from the outside world could be seen entering the Immortal Ancient Continent to train and search for opportunities. However, there was a reason why the Immortal Ancient Forbidden Land was called the Immortal Ancient Forbidden Land. Even some supreme beings did not dare to enter, as they felt that there was a great terror hidden within. Moreover, in the Immortal Ancient Forbidden Land, fog surged and shrouded in a mysterious field. If cultivators dared to approach, they would be crushed into a bloody mist by that field, and their bodies and souls would be destroyed. Even if they were lucky enough to escape, they would be haunted by misfortune in the end, and their lives would be worse than death. Many people guessed that there were remnant immortals who had survived from the previous era hidden in the Immortal Ancient Forbidden Land. Even the existence who had moved the Immortal Ancient Continent did not dare to say what was hidden in it. Many rumors filled the Immortal Ancient Forbidden Land with a veil of mystery. Yes, at that time I was cultivating in the clan when I suddenly heard a clansman coming to report that there was a shocking commotion in the Immortal Ancient Forbidden Land. So I hurried over, but I didn't expect to see more than 10 mysterious people running out from there. They looked terrified, as if they had seen something terrible. Black Ruyan, you nodded. Then she described in detail how she captured that group of mysterious people outside Immortal Ancient's forbidden region. She did not know how to deal with this matter, but she happened to receive Gu Changa's order, so she brought those people over. Then, did you see what brought them to the immortal ancient forbidden land? Hearing this, Gu Changa asked with some interest in her eyes. No, after I caught those mysterious people, I wanted to ask them something, but they did not seem to understand our language. I tried to search their souls, but I found that their souls were very weak. They would shatter with the slightest touch, so I could not find anything. Then I gave up. Yen Ruyin, you said. I see. Gu Changa smiled. In fact, he already had a vague guess in his heart. As for whether they were visitors from Earth, it was not important to him. Among the hundreds of millions of lower realms under the rule of the upper realm, there were many lower realms that were more technologically oriented. However, in those lower realms, there were very few cultivators. Even if there were cultivators, they would not achieve much. At most, they would live a few hundred years longer than ordinary people. Flying in the sky, burrowing into the earth, and plucking the stars and moon were too far away for those cultivators. As for wanting to ascend to the upper realm, that was even more impossible. But no matter what, among this group of mysterious people, there must be leaks that Gu Changa wanted. This was without a doubt. If they were really visitors from Earth, he might be able to use this opportunity to find out the reason for his transmigration. Gu Changa did not believe that his transmigration would be for no reason, especially after knowing that he was the Devil Lord. However, Gu Changa felt that the possibility of them being visitors from Earth was very small. The most likely possibility was that they were from some distant lower realm. There's no rush. If we go to Gu Changa now, regardless of whether he agrees or not, the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird will be at a disadvantage. If we use the big picture to pressure him, it might work. No matter what, the image that Gu Changa has created in front of people is positive. Unless he really wants to destroy his image, he won't do anything to the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird directly. This is our only chance now. At this moment, in the palace of the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird, Chu Hao could not wait to lay his cards on the table with Gu Changa. The king of Vermilion Bird's eyes flashed. He suddenly thought of something and stopped Chu Hao. It had to be said that he was not completely useless after ruling the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird for so many years. He also knew that at this time, using the big picture to force Gu Changa to agree to let him take Lord of Heaven, Purple Sun away was the right thing to do. Although the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird was small, it still had a population of several billion people. At that time, if Gu Changa did not agree, then these billions of cultivators would suffer, and he would have to bear the infamy of causing the deaths of billions of cultivators. Unless Gu Changa really did not care about these things. What the king of Vermilion Bird said is a good idea. However, at this time, I am worried that Gu Changa really does not care about the lives of the people of the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird. Bai Yang's eyes lit up when he heard this. He gave the king of Vermilion Bird a look of appreciation. The mind of an emperor may not be useful in the face of absolute power, but at this time it might be useful. Then we will do as you say, father. Chu Hao nodded with a smile on his face. Thinking of this, he also felt that the situation had taken a turn for the better. It was no longer like before, when a layer of haze covered his heart. After that, the king of Vermilion Bird, Chu Hao, and Bai Yang became confident. They discussed for a while and came up with many ideas. They all knew that at this time, their power alone was not enough. If they wanted to force Gu Changa with the big picture, one thing they had to do was build momentum. Therefore, the king of Vermilion Bird issued an order. Soon, all the clans and sects in the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird received an invitation to attend the banquet in 3 days. As for the content of the invitation, he did not hide anything. Lord of Heaven Zeong was imprisoned in the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird, and the Purple Mansion could invade at any time to rescue him. At that time, Gu Changa's army and the Purple Mansion would fight. Just the aftermath alone would be enough to destroy the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird thousands of times. When the news spread, Many clans and sects in the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird were shocked. However, at this time, the entire ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird was united, which was rare. After all, this was a matter of life and death. If they did not want to give up the foundation they had built over the years, they chose to leave their homeland and go to the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird. Then, they had to attend the banquet in 3 days. Furthermore, they had to do everything they could to make Gu Changa rescind the order he gave. When all the clans and sects in the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird heard the news, they were shocked, feeling that this was no small matter. In front of Gu Changa, the entire ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird was like an ant. To him, whether the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird was destroyed or not did not matter. He would not even ask. However, to them, this was the place where their clans and sects stood. If it was destroyed, they would not be far from being wiped out and swallowed up. With that thought in mind, all the sects and clans, as well as many people with a strong foundation, showed up one after another, not daring to be negligent. Of course, those people with a strong foundation were all old monsters in the Saint Plain. The strongest among them was only in the Saint Plain, and they were still a long way from the Great Saint Plain. At this moment, they were all discussing this matter. Today's matter concerns the life and death of the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird. If the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird is destroyed, then our clans and sects are not far from being destroyed. Today, we gathered all of our people here to prepare for the banquet that the king is going to hold in 3 days. Do you have any ideas to make Gu Changa rescind the order he gave? The ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird has never offended him. Why would he target us like this? This plan is vicious. He doesn't even need to do anything to destroy us. At the Grand Tutor's residence in the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird, an old man with white hair, but his bearing was not to be underestimated, said in a deep voice. That old man was the current Grand Tutor Wang, who had taught the king of Vermilion Bird and the third prince, Chu Hao. He was a person of virtue and prestige in the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird, and had students all over the world. Below him stood all the important people of the Grand Tutor's residence. At the same time, they were all the people in charge of the Grand Tutor's residence, holding important positions in the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird. Among those people, there were many young people, both men and women. They were all geniuses of the Grand Tutor's residence. Their futures were limitless, and they shouldered the responsibility of making the Grand Tutor's residence even more glorious. Other than them, the others were all mighty ones of the Grand Tutor's residence. The most powerful one was a middle-aged man wearing a blue robe. Streaks of golden light were seen when he opened his eyes. Divine runes swirled, emanating the might of a saint. He was at the pinnacle of a saint. His name was Etian, and he was a servant of the Wang family. Father, we know everything you said. If the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird were to be destroyed at this time, where should we go from here? A middle-aged man asked. He looked very similar to the Grand Tutor, and was the eldest son of the Grand Tutor. If the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird were to be destroyed, the Wang family would have to find another way out. We can't just be destroyed here with the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird. Hearing that, the person next to him immediately said, What the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird is doing now is offending Gu Changa. Do you think he would change his mind for a puny ant? We are not people of the same world as him. Do you really think he would care about our considerations and opinions? Father, the way I see it, the priority is to get out of here as soon as possible. He was the second son of the Grand Tutor, and he also held an important position in the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird. His words were immediately approved by the people of the Wang family, as they were not willing to take the risk. Where there's life, there's hope. Father, let's just leave tonight. It's obvious that the third prince of the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird, Chu Hao, offended Gu Chang back then, and he's just retaliating. Do you still not understand at this time? We can't keep the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird. The people of the Wang family tried to persuade him, as they were very open-minded about the matter. unless they were stupid, who would want to be destroyed with the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird. To them, this was a truly unexpected calamity. But if we leave the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird, where can we go? The foundation we built over so many years. The Grand Tutor sighed deeply. Looking at the expressions of the people below, he knew that there was no turning back. Fine. I'll listen to you all. It's fine if we don't stay in the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird. If we offend Guchanga, there will be no place for us in the upper worlds. Then he made up his mind and stopped thinking about it. The people of the Wang family began to pack up. They took what they needed to take with them, and left those who could not. The ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird would be destroyed sooner or later anyway. Those things would be destroyed, and no one would be reluctant to leave. On that night, a divine rainbow flying vessel began to streak across the sky. It was extremely dazzling and rumbling as it left. Similar scenes were happening in all the major clans and sects in the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird. On one hand, they had to protect the country, and on the other hand, they had to offend Guchanga. Anyone who was not stupid knew what to choose at that time. Almost everyone chose to leave. The invitation letter from the King of Vermilion Bird, in their eyes, became a lifesaver that reminded them to flee. Many people felt grateful to the king. If the King of Vermilion Bird had not explained so clearly in the letter, they would not have realized the seriousness of the matter. When the time came, they would not even know how they died. That would be too horrible. However, thinking about it was just thinking about it. At that time, no one would be stupid enough to be willing to be destroyed with the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird. The so-called feelings of home and country were nothing in the eyes of cultivators. How could they be more important than their own clans and sects? The next day, many cultivators in the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird were dumbfounded. Some of the once glorious and ancient clans and sects were long gone. Only empty houses and sects were left behind. Not a single person was left behind. Such scenes were not seen in just one house. Throughout the entire ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird, all forces with a little bit of strength and age moved out. They moved out overnight, not daring to stay. It was obvious that some forces were still in a panic at that time. Some of the more precious things were left behind, as if they were afraid that if they stayed even a moment longer, they would attract disaster. That scene shook the entire ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird. All the cultivators were in a panic, feeling that something big was going to happen and that a disaster was about to befall them. For a time, many cultivators chose to move out of the place in their panic without asking why. Of course, there were also some smart cultivators who figured out the reason. Now, there were millions of soldiers hovering in the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird's territory, as well as countless ancient warships. Was that not enough to prove anything? The ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird was in chaos. Panic spread everywhere, and there were bandits who took advantage of the situation everywhere. It was not far from falling apart. Chapter 344. In the palace, the Vermilion Bird King, Yang, Chu Hao, and the others had all received the news. They were also stunned. They never thought that things would develop in this direction. I underestimated the fear of these families and sects toward Guchanga. They would rather leave their homes and go to other regions than fight against Guchanga with us at this time. The Vermilion Bird King's face was pale as he fell from his seat in a daze. It's over, he kept mumbling. His face was ashen and full of despair. How is this possible? Everyone fled in the middle of the night. Chu Hao's face was pale as well. He felt as if he was struck by lightning. He could not believe it. They had already felt hope. However, all the families and sects had fled out of the blue. This was completely different from what he had expected. The royal family has treated them well. In the face of such a crisis, they did not think of fighting against the enemy with us. They actually fled in the face of danger. Chu Hao was so angry that his body trembled. In the end, all that was left was despair. Could it be that he could only watch as the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird was destroyed and he could not do anything about it? Your Majesty, this is a letter from Grand Tutor Wang. At this time, a pale-faced guard outside the palace hurriedly presented a letter. Grand Tutor Wang? Does that old man still think of me? Hearing this, the Vermilion Bird King stood up and took the letter. His eyes shone with hope, thinking that Grand Tutor Wang was still supporting him. However, when he finished reading the letter, his face turned pale as if he had been struck by lightning. After a while, he regained his senses as if he had lost his soul. If Chu Hao had not been quick enough to support him, the Vermilion Bird King would have fallen to the ground. What happened to father? Chu Hao could not help but ask. Even Grand Tutor Wang has left me. The Vermilion Bird King was full of sorrow. To him, Grand Tutor Wang was like a father to him. However, who would have thought that at this time he would choose to abandon the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird and leave with the Wang family in the middle of the night? In this letter was Grand Tutor Wang's apology to him. This was caused by me. Chu Hao also finished reading the contents of the envelope very quickly. His facial expression immediately turned ugly. Originally, he had a lot of respect for Grand Preceptor Wang, who had taught him since he was a child, but now he was filled with anger. You're spouting nonsense. It was clearly that Gu Changa who had gone too far and forced us into a corner. Why blame it on me? The ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird has treated him well. Yet, at such a critical time, he left without a care in the world. He is such a heartless person. Father, why are you grieving for him? Chu Hao's expression was extremely ugly. He was so gloomy that water was about to drip out. When Bai Yang saw this, he also became silent. He felt that this matter had already reached a dead end and there was almost no way to change it. Just like what Tang Wan had said earlier, in front of Gu Changa, Chu Hao was as weak as an ant. How? You have to come up with a solution for your father. The ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird can't be destroyed in my hands. Otherwise, I won't have the face to face my ancestors. From today onwards, Imperial Father will also bear the infamy of the ages and be spurned by future generations. You must have a way. Imperial Father knows that you must have a way. The King of Vermilion Bird's face was ashen and filled with despair. He could not help but grab Chu Hao's hand tightly and plead. Imperial Father! When Chu Hao heard this, he was also in despair. He looked at Bai Yang for help, but all he got was a sigh from Bai Yang. At this time, even if the Most High Grotto Heaven dared to intervene, it was too late. Besides, Gu Changa might not care about the Most High Grotto Heaven. Wan can definitely help me. She has met with Gu Changa several times in private. If she can help and put in a good word for me in front of Gu Changa, maybe he will agree to let the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird go. At this time, Chu Hao suddenly thought of Tang Wan. It was as if he had found a straw to clutch at, and hope shone in his eyes. Facing such a desperate situation, Bai Yang also sighed deeply. Before this, Chu Hao was not such a person. He was mature and steady, confident and indifferent. Everything was under his control, and there was almost nothing that he could not do. But now he was like a headless fly. He had completely forgotten what he said to Tang Wan before, and how he was angry because Tang Wan met with Gu Changa in private. This feeling made Bai Yang sigh inwardly. He felt that a good seedling had been driven crazy by Gu Changa. The towering and majestic ancient worship towered above the sky. It was simply like a floating continent that covered everything. Clouds and mist surged, and it was incomparably terrifying. In the depths of the ancient worship were rows upon rows of palaces and buildings. They were grand and ancient, with the style of the immortal ancient era. At this time, under these buildings, there was a very secretive dungeon. The atmosphere was damp, full of rot and blood, making one's hair stand on end. Beast oil lamps were lit on both sides of the tunnel, making it very dim. But one could see that the dungeon was divided into two sides. In the left dungeon, there was a group of frightened cultivators. There were about 100 of them, men and women of all races. Their auras were different, and the strongest had reached the saint realm. Their hands and feet were shackled, symbols flickering. They were extremely heavy, making it difficult for them to move. Meanwhile, in the right dungeon, 8 people were locked up, 3 women and 5 men. The clothes they wore were clearly different from the clothes of the various races. Moreover, most of their expressions were even more terrified, cowering in a corner. Even though there were no shackles on their bodies, they still didn't dare move. When they looked at everything outside, they were filled with panic, fear, and despair. Right now, there were 2 people who were currently conversing in each other's language. Chin, do you think we transmigrated? We were just doing our archaeological work, but in the end, we were struck by that white light for some reason, brought to this mysterious and monstrous world. Moreover, the small bronze boat that suddenly appeared. So why did it suddenly disappear? However, these should be the chi refinement cultivators recorded in the ancient legends, right? Not only can they fly through the sky, move mountains, and fill seas, even those monsters here are the same size as mountain ranges. Back then, the woman who took action to capture us was simply as beautiful as a fairy. Even though school beauty Xiao is also beautiful beyond mortals, compared to that fairy, I always feel like she's lacking something. What a pity. If we can go back alive and tell the public what happened here, we'll definitely cause a sensation in the world and become famous. The man who spoke looked simple and honest, tall and sturdy. However, when he spoke, the shrewdness in his eyes inadvertently showed that he was not as simple as he looked. I don't know. Theoretically speaking, we should have transmigrated. Otherwise, this can't be explained at all. Before that, we should learn something about this world first. Otherwise, we might not even be able to keep our lives. These chi refinement cultivators are not kind people. In their eyes, everything is decided by their fists. The man called a Chin said after hearing that. He looked very handsome with a medium build. Moreover, he was not as frightened as the others. On the contrary, he was quite calm. He had been sizing up the environment outside the dungeon. His original name was Jiang Qin. He was a graduate student majoring in archaeology at a University of Geology. He knew a lot about all kinds of ancient relics. This time, his good friends had come out of the university with their former supervisor. They were heading for a relic that had been discovered not long ago. They were going to investigate it and prepare for their graduation thesis. However, to their surprise, they encountered a series of weird things in the relic. Many of them were killed on the way. Some of them found it strange and hurried to leave. However, they did not believe it, so they walked in. In the end, they saw a weird thing in the depths of the relic. It looked like an altar. There were all kinds of shining stones around it. It attracted everyone's attention immediately. Beside the altar, there were many skeletons of giant beasts. It was very scary. Some timid people were so scared that they almost peed in their pants. Their legs were weak because those skeletons were not recorded in any ancient books. They felt like they had opened the gate to hell and saw another scene in this world. They did not know why, nor did they know who had triggered all this. A brilliant light suddenly appeared on the altar. Then it hit everyone. Many of them passed out immediately. When they woke up again, they were in this weird world. They sensed the dangers of this world. There were all kinds of horrible things. When they had arrived in this world, there had been 10 out of them, but now there were only 8 of them left. As for the 8 of them, no one knew how long they would be able to survive. Yeah, we'd better stay alive first. I don't know where that woman is going to keep us. The big man sighed. His name was Niu Tian. He was very close to Jiang Qin. They would do almost everything together. They almost wore the same pair of pants. Okay. Jiang Qin nodded, but he could not help but look at the other side of the dungeon. She was holding her knees. Her black hair was like a waterfall. Her facial features were delicate and flawless. Her skin was fair and smooth. She was extremely beautiful. Xiao Ruoyin. She was the campus belle Niu Tian had mentioned. They were in the same school, department, and class. In many people's eyes, they were a perfect match. Jiang Chun was very knowledgeable and hardworking, while Xiao Ruoyin was very talented and pretty. However, their relationship was only a little better than that of ordinary friends. Jiang Qin felt helpless. He knew many reasons were preventing this from happening. And the reason he had come here for this archaeological expedition had a lot to do with Xiao Ruoyin, because she had invited him. Many of Niu Tian's classmates had also been invited by her. If it had not been for Xiao Ruoyin, he would have run away as soon as he felt something was wrong. He would not have ended up like this. However, Xiao Ruoyin did not seem to notice Jiang Chen's look at her. She was still gazing at the void outside the dungeon. She looked calm, as if she was in a daze, but also pondering something. She did not seem to be panicking like the others. On the contrary, she was very calm, as if she had accepted everything. By the way, Ah Chin, did you notice how the bronze airship appeared at that time? I saw a sudden flash of white light and many people fainted, and a bronze airship showed up suddenly. It took us all the way here. At this moment, Niu Tian could not help but ask. He looked puzzled. Although many people had passed out after being hit by the white light, he had not. That was why he had seen a bronze airship suddenly show up. It looked very old. Even the ancient flag on the airship was shabby. It carried everyone through the vast universe. Then he could not take it anymore. He fell asleep all of a sudden. Niu Tian did not know how long he had been on the way. When he woke up, he found himself in this world. The bronze airship that carried all of them at that time had also disappeared. Jiang Chen's expression changed slightly, but he soon recovered. Shaking his head, he said, "I don't know where that airship is either. I couldn't help but fall asleep when I saw you fall asleep. I don't know what happened after that." Among those who had been hit by the white light, besides Niu Tian, many others were conscious. Jiang Qin was one of them. In fact, he already knew what Niu Tian had said, but there were some things that Jiang Qin didn't know how to say, so he didn't say anything. The bronze airship that had carried all of them here had actually flown out of his body. The white light suddenly hit him, and then there was a mysterious and indescribable change in his body. Then the bronze flying ship appeared, carrying everyone away. Except for Jiang Qin, no one else knew about this. Until then, Jiang Qin still could not figure out why such a thing had appeared in his body. At this moment, Xiao Ruoyin seemed to have overheard their conversation. She turned her head to look at Jiang Qin. She said, "Do you have any idea how to get us out of here?" Jiang Qin looked over when he had heard the goddess's question. He said with a smile, "I do, but I think it will take me some time. I have to learn their language first." Xiao Ruoyin's eyes lit up. She seemed to have thought of something, but she shook her head. She said, "I'm afraid we don't have enough time." Jiang Qin also fell silent, facing this group of mysterious and powerful qi practitioners. They didn't even have a chance to fight back. Not to mention that there was a more powerful being hiding among this group of qi practitioners. Jiang Qin even had the feeling that such a being could destroy the world on his original planet alone. How could they fight back against such a qi practitioner? At this moment, the only thing he could pray for was that the mysterious bronze airship would show up again and take all of them away. In fact, this world appeared in my dream. At this moment, Xiao Ruoyin seemed to have thought of something. She suddenly spoke again. However, Jiang Qin and Niu Tian were shocked by what he had said. "What?" Jiang Qin opened his eyes wide. He could hardly believe what he had heard. Xiao Ruoyin said this place had appeared in her dream? Did she already know what would happen when she went to the relic? Xiao Ruoyin saw the two in shock and disbelief. She seemed to want to say something else. However, a voice suddenly came from outside the dungeon. She closed her mouth immediately and looked over. Jiang Qin and the others also looked over when they heard the noise. They looked vigilant, scared, and uneasy. They felt a chill down their spines. "It's the woman in the black dress who took us away," Niu Tian said in a low voice. Then he noticed two people walking over slowly from outside the dungeon. The woman in the black dress was tall and slim. Her face was covered by a veil. Only her beautiful eyes were exposed. Her eyebrows were as black as jade. She looked gentle and quiet. She was surrounded by a vague fog, which made it difficult to see her surroundings clearly. However, they had experienced how dreadful she was, especially when they had witnessed their companions die tragically at her hands. Jiang Chen and the others certainly wouldn't take her lightly. They didn't think she was a good person. A femme fatale. That was what everyone thought. However, what shocked Jiang Chen and the others was that the woman in the black dress was walking in with a young man that day. Judging from her expression, she obviously respected the white-clothed man very much. Before this, the woman in the black dress had given them the impression that she was strong and noble, majestic like a queen. Who on earth was this white-clothed man? In their eyes, this white-robed man's entire body seemed to be glowing. His celestial aura was resplendent, and even his hair was sparkling like ink. He looked incomparably transcendent and divine, like an immortal who lived above the 9 heavens and legends. They couldn't even see any joy or anger in his deep eyes. They couldn't see any emotional fluctuation either. They were like a deep pool. To them, this feeling was the same as when they were sizing up those ants in the past. Jiang Chen, Niu Tian, and the others couldn't help but shiver. They didn't feel any malice from him, but they couldn't help but feel scared, as if life and death had been separated from them. The newcomers were Gu Chang'e and Black Jade. Master, they are the group of mysterious people that I captured in the immortal ancient Forbidden Land. However, many of them died because of some things. Black Jade said to Gu Chang'e in a gentle voice. Gu Chang'e nodded. He looked calm. Then he looked at Jiang Chen and the others in front of him. He paused for a while when he saw Jiang Chen and Xiao Ruoyin. Then he asked, "Do you want to leave here alive?" Jiang Chen, Niu Tian, and the others were puzzled. They didn't understand what Gu Chang'e was talking about. "Master, they don't understand our language," Black Jade explained. She thought Gu Chang'e didn't know about this. However, Gu Chang'e didn't pay attention to her. He looked at Xiao Ruoyin with interest. "Interesting. You can understand what I'm saying." Xiao Ruoyin looked at him in confusion. It seemed she didn't understand what he was talking about. "I like smart people." "Smart people know what to do at this moment," Gu Chang'e said calmly. Hearing this, Xiao Ruoyin's expression couldn't help but change slightly. She felt like her throat was being strangled by a pair of invisible hands. She couldn't breathe at all. She almost suffocated. This made her feel a terrible fear. She didn't know how Gu Chang'e knew about this. She had disguised herself very well. "Do you want to leave here alive?" Gu Chang'e asked again, smiling slightly. Xiao Ruoyin kept silent. Then she answered in this world's language, "Yes." Chapter 345. It was dim in the dungeon. The air was damp. There was a smell of blood and decay in the air. People couldn't help but think of corpses. Desperation and fear filled the air. Everyone's souls were trembling. They couldn't help but shiver. When Gu Chang'e and Black Jade walked in, everyone, including Jiang Chen and Niu Tian, was only uneasy and frightened at the beginning. However, they gradually calmed down. They were ready to see how things would develop. They had all guessed the white-clothed man in front of them was extraordinary, much more dreadful than the queen-like woman in the black dress. But they still felt he shouldn't be a bad guy. After all, he had an extraordinary immortal aura. He seemed to be out of this world. His entire body seemed to be glowing. Strands of divine multicolored light glowed brilliantly in his hair. He was divine like jade, untainted by a speck of dust, and nothing more than that. It was hard for people to have a bad impression of him just because of the first impression. Then, when Gu Chang'e asked them questions, everyone was surprised. They didn't understand what he was talking about. Jiang Chen was the only one who suddenly felt uneasy, especially when the man in white did not ask all of them, but asked Xiao Ruoyin. he felt that something was amiss. He didn't think the white-clothed man would have any bad intentions toward Xiao Ruoyin. After all, judging from the other party's behavior, the way he looked at them from the beginning to the end was as if he was looking at ants from the clouds. He looked casual and careless. Xiao Ruoyin was pretty, but the woman in the black dress was as pretty as her. Jiang Qin felt something was wrong with Xiao Ruoyin, judging from what she had said and her expression. She seemed to have known about time travel a long time ago. That was why she had accepted it so quickly. But at that moment, judging from Xiao Ruoyin's slightly pale expression, Jiang Qin's heart sank. He didn't feel good. Xiao Ruoyin seemed to understand what the white-clothed man was saying, and the white-clothed man in front of them seemed to have detected it as soon as he walked in. This was Jiang Qin's first thought. As expected, when Jiang Qin heard Xiao Ruoyin say those weird words, he was shocked, but at the same time he understood what had happened. Xiao Ruoyin seemed to have some understanding of this bizarre world, but she had never revealed anything to him. Jiang Qin felt bitter for no reason. Beauty Xiao can understand the other party. Before this, she had never told us anything. What else is she hiding? She was the one who invited us here, but she kept so many things from us. Except for Jiang Qin, the others were also looking towards Xiao Ruoyin in shock. Their eyes were wide open. They couldn't believe it. Even if they were beaten to death, they wouldn't believe that she had learned it in the past few days. Who was so talented in languages to be able to master such a complicated language in just a few days? That could only mean that Beauty Xiao actually understood the language of this world before this. They were extremely shocked. Their expressions became complicated and resentful. They suddenly felt that the goddess, who they could only watch from afar, had become even stranger. Many of their companions had died here. Why hadn't Xiao Ruoyin told them about this before this? Qianyu, Niu Tian also said in a low voice. Niu Tian also said in a low voice. He looked at Jiang Qin worriedly. He knew the relationship between Jiang Qin and Beauty Xiao. I'm fine. Jiang Qin waved his hand. Although he couldn't hide the shock on his face, he calmed down soon. However, the uneasiness in his heart was getting stronger and stronger. He looked toward Xiao Ruoyin. He wanted to ask her what the white-clothed man was talking about, but Xiao Ruoyin didn't seem to notice him. She was still lowering her head, her hands clasped together. The white-clothed man in front of her was still as calm as ever. He looked indifferent, as if everything in this world was nothing more than smoke and dust in his eyes. Jiang Qin didn't understand what Xiao Ruoyin and Gu Chang'e were talking about either, but judging from Xiao Ruoyin's expression, she was obviously scared and uneasy. She had suddenly arrived in such a mysterious and bizarre world. Even if he were a man, he would feel scared and uneasy, not to mention that Xiao Ruoyin was only a woman. It was just that he didn't show it on his face. This feeling of helplessness made him clench his fists involuntarily. It's good that you can understand what I'm saying. At this moment, while Jiang Qin and the others were worried and lost in their thoughts, Gu Chang'e spoke again. Seeing Xiao Ruoyin admit it, he couldn't help but show a faint smile. He looked very gentle and elegant. He didn't look as indifferent as before. He even looked like a spring breeze. Xiao Ruoyin calmed down a little, maybe because she had sensed his change. She looked up at him, but she was still vigilant and uneasy. She didn't know how Gu Chang'e had found out she could understand their language. In Xiao Ruoyin's original plan, she would first learn some information about this world, and then find a way to escape. In fact, this was the only thing she was going to tell Jiang Qin, but she was interrupted by Gu Chang'e's arrival. She felt an indescribable fear from Gu Chang'e. This man was clearly as otherworldly as an immortal. But why did she feel fear from the bottom of her heart? Come with me. I have something to ask you, Gu Chang'e said again, looking towards Xiao Ruoyin with a faint smile. His tone was simple. He didn't pay any attention to Jiang Qin and the others. Hearing this, Xiao Ruoyin was stunned. Her beautiful and moving pair of light crimson eyes looked at him uneasily. In the end, she gnashed her teeth. She didn't dare refuse him. She stood up and lowered her head. She looked lonely and desperate. In her opinion, if Gu Changa had something to ask her, it couldn't be anything good. Before this, many of their companions had lost their lives because they had been taken away. She hadn't expected such a result before exploring the relics. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been in such a hurry. Xiao Ruoyin couldn't help but feel desperate. Before this, no matter how calm she had been, she was only a weak woman after all. Even the spiritual gun she used for self-defense had been taken away by him. Ruoyin, what did he say to you? Seeing Gu Changa leaving with Xiao Ruoyin, Jiang Chen, Niu Tian, and the others were all shocked. They couldn't help but ask worriedly, Ruoyin, what's going on? Jiang Chen turned pale. He clenched his fists. He had a feeling Xiao Ruoyin knew what was going to happen next, but he couldn't understand what she had said. He felt like a cat was scratching his heart. Jiang Chen, Xiao Ruoyin looked back at him. She looked miserable and desperate. Looking at her helpless and desperate expression, Jiang Chen felt as if a bomb had exploded in his head. Anger and reluctance rushed to his head. His eyes turned red. He couldn't help but stand up abruptly. He stared at Gu Changa with hatred and anger. Come at me. Let Ruoyin go. He couldn't help but shout in anger. He chose to stand up for Xiao Ruoyin when everyone else was cowering in fear. Chun, calm down. Don't act on impulse. Niu Tian turned pale with fright. He hurried to stop Jiang Chen. Wasn't it courting death to offend the white-clothed man at such a critical moment? Didn't he know the gap between them? The white-clothed man could scare him out of his wits with just a breath. Besides, Xiao Ruoyin could understand what he had said, but they couldn't. Who knew what the white-clothed man had said to Xiao Ruoyin? Jiang Chen. Xiao Ruoyin glanced at Jiang Chen, feeling touched. But then something occurred to her. She gnashed her teeth and looked determined. She said to him, Don't worry about me, but you have to survive. Ruoyin. Jiang Chen's eyes turned even redder. He was extremely angry. He sensed Xiao Ruoyin's desperation. He felt like he was about to part with her forever. However, other than sighing at this time, the rest of the people were indifferent. They couldn't even protect themselves. Who would have time to care about the others? In their eyes, Jiang Chen was too impulsive. As expected, under everyone's shocked and even frightened gazes, Jiang Chen said, Eh? Gu Changa frowned slightly. He looked a little unhappy. Instantly, everyone felt like they were being suffocated by a dreadful sense of suffocation. They felt like the sky was falling and the earth was sinking. Even the air around them seemed to be filled with lead water. They felt like their skin was going to explode. Everyone felt like their throats were being strangled. Wow! Jiang Chen was the first to bear the brunt of it. He turned pale immediately. He felt like he was drowning. He was almost suffocating. Then, under such dreadful pressure, he couldn't take it anymore. His legs gave out. He knelt down with a plop. He was soaked with sweat. He couldn't even move an inch. His skin, bones, flesh, and lungs felt like they had been crushed by a great force. They made cracking sounds. Blood was oozing out of them. Everything before his eyes turned red. He couldn't even keep his eyelids open. Everyone looked at this scene in horror. They were terrified to the extreme. Jiang Chen. Xiao Ruoyin turned pale. She couldn't help but shout in surprise. She was very worried, but under the pressure of Gu Changa, she didn't have the nerve to move. I don't have much patience. Gu Changa continued to speak casually. Chen, Niu Tian looked at Gu Changa in terror. He didn't have the nerve to move either. He felt like he was being stared at by a dreadful, fierce beast. His soul was shivering. He was going to kneel down like Jiang Chen. However, Gu Changa didn't make things difficult for them. He still looked calm. He turned around and walked out of the dungeon. Xiao Ruoyin turned pale. She looked back at Jiang Chen worriedly. She didn't have the nerve to stop. She hurried to follow him. She didn't know how this trip would end. Would it bode ill for her or not? She felt desperate and uneasy at the moment. Ruoyin, Jiang Qin said unwillingly. He extended his hand, trying to catch something, but he was powerless. Then everything went black. His eyelids closed and he fainted. He heard Niu Tian and the others exclaim, "Master, are we still keeping these people?" Black Jade followed him and closed the dungeon. She glanced at Jiang Chen and the others and couldn't help but ask. In her opinion, this group of mysterious people was no different from ants in front of Gu Chang'e. If it weren't for their mysterious backgrounds, she wouldn't have taken a second look at them. "That won't be necessary. Just keep them for now," Gu Chang'e said casually. He was interested in them, so he didn't kill them. Otherwise, Jiang Chun would have exploded. His body and soul would have been destroyed. In addition, he found there was a vague fluctuation of luck in Jiang Qin, but it hadn't come out yet. If he wasn't wrong, Jiang Qin should be the son of luck, the kind that hadn't woken up yet. The system didn't mention it. It seemed it would take some time. However, compared to Xiao Ruoyin, Jiang Chun was still much weaker, but he would keep him as a leak for the time being. He might be useful in the future. Gu Chang'e didn't find any template of the Son of Luck on Jiang Qin, Xiao Ruoyin, and the others. However, Xiao Ruoyin's luck points seemed to be too high. Even if she wasn't the Son of Luck, she was still a person with great luck. At first, Gu Chang'e thought the template would be something like the Celestial Emperor Ye's coffin pulled by 9 dragons, but after seeing it, he found he was overthinking. Besides, Jiang Qin and the others weren't from Earth. Gu Chang'e was sure about this, but he was a little disappointed. Xiao Ruoyin, following the two in silence, couldn't help but tremble when she heard their conversation. She was a little scared. However, when she heard Gu Chang'e say he would keep Jiang Chen and the others for the time being, she felt relieved. Most of her uneasiness and fear disappeared. Xiao Ruoyin felt Gu Chang'e didn't seem to have any bad intentions toward her. He was just curious. After leaving the dungeon, Xiao Ruoyin felt a little relieved to see the sunshine and fresh air. She followed Gu Chang'e silently. She could see this world was magnificent and grand. All kinds of things she had never dared to imagine before appeared in front of her eyes. The odd-looking races, the sacred mountains shining with divine light, the silver waterfall hanging upside down in the sky, the extraordinary immortals. This scene caused Xiao Ruoyin to involuntarily take a deep breath. For some unknown reason, her state of mind gradually calmed down. It was as if she belonged here. This feeling was very strange, and it came without rhyme or reason. This world seemed to be more suitable for her. Soon, they arrived at a magnificent palace. Gu Chang'e sat down casually. He looked peaceful. He didn't look like an immortal anymore. He looked more like a mortal. He Yan served him a cup of tea and stood by his side obediently. If Xiao Ruoyin hadn't seen how fierce she was, she might have thought this black-dressed woman was so obedient. Of course, she also understood that the reason why the woman in the black dress was like this was all because of the extraordinary man in front of her. "What's your name?" Gu Chang'e asked her casually. Lowering his eyes, he blew at the mist on the tea. Xiao Ruoyin stood where she was. She didn't dare lie. She answered Xiao Ruoyin. Xiao as in bleak and Yin as in music. This was how she had always introduced herself. Before this, there had always been people who had mistaken her surname for another Xiao. "Oh, Xiao Ruoyin? That's a nice name." Gu Chang'e nodded. Then he said, "I want to know about the world you're in." If these people's souls were stronger, he could have searched their souls directly. There was no need to go through the trouble of asking directly. After all, they were people of the modern society. The whole civilization was leaning toward technology. This caused the strength of their souls to be many times weaker than the mortals in the upper realm. When she heard Gu Chang'e's question, Xiao Ruoyin's eyes narrowed. She didn't expect Gu Chang'e to ask such a question. He didn't ask how they got here, nor did he ask her how she learned the language of this world. This caught her off guard. It was obvious that Gu Changa knew a lot about their origins. He didn't seem surprised. When she thought of this, Xiao Ruoyin's expression returned to normal. She knew that Gu Changa had the means to know whether she was lying or not. She didn't dare to lie, so she began to tell the truth. We used to live on a blue planet called the Sky Blue Planet. It's very different from here. The lifespan of the people there is very short. Without this kind of qi refinement technique, even if we use all kinds of technology and medical methods, it's very rare for them to live past 100 years. Asking for fresh flowers, she didn't know if Gu Changa could understand these words. However, Gu Changa didn't interrupt her. While drinking tea, he stared at her with interest. He seemed to be engrossed in listening and was very curious about that world. Seeing this, Xiao Ruoyin breathed a sigh of relief again. She was much more relaxed. She was no longer as worried as before. Master, this is the weapon we found on her. I tried it. It's not very powerful. It can't even break through the skin of ordinary beasts. However, it can penetrate those ordinary beasts. At this time, Black Jade seemed to think of something. She took out something from the sumer ring and handed it to Gu Changa. The shape looked almost the same as the pistol that Gu Changa was familiar with. However, he felt that there was a faint fluctuation of spiritual energy in it. It seemed to be different from ordinary guns. This is a psionic pistol. In our world, it's very rare. It needs a special kind of bullet. Seeing this, Xiao Ruoyin didn't know if Gu Changa could understand, so she explained. If it wasn't for her special identity and her family's strength in her original world, she wouldn't have this kind of psionic pistol. Interesting. Gu Changa smiled, looked at the pistol a few times, and then returned it to her. From Xiao Ruoyin's introduction, he almost figured out what kind of civilization the world behind her was. It looked similar to the Earth, but there seemed to be some stones that contained special energy. Xiao Ruoyin called them spirit stones. This time, the reason why they had transmigrated to this world was because she had accidentally touched the spirit stone beside the altar. There's spiritual energy, it seems to be from the cultivation side to the science side. I just don't know if there will be a spiritual energy recovery. Gu Changa smiled casually, but his words made Xiao Ruoyin's pupils shrink again, and her expression changed slightly. She could naturally understand the meaning of Gu Changa's words. It's just that she didn't understand why Gu Changa knew this. In fact, before this, I have met people with the same origin as you. They also came from a lower realm. Gu Changa said calmly. As for the origin of that group of people, he didn't say much. Xiao Ruoyin was stunned when she heard this, but she didn't doubt Gu Changa's words. She just didn't expect that in addition to them, there were people with the same origin in this world. No wonder Gu Changa didn't seem to be surprised about their origin, but wanted to know something about the world behind her. 0. Your world seems to be quite interesting. If there's a chance, I'd like to go and have a look. Then, Gu Changa seemed to have thought of something and sighed slightly. Xiao Ruoyin looked at him blankly. She didn't expect him to say this. Suddenly, she felt that this ethereal man in front of her seemed to have a more worldly aura and was no longer as aloof as before. The fear she had for Gu Changa also dissipated a lot. He didn't seem to have any ill intentions and seemed to be purely curious about the world behind them, with young master's identity. Why would you care about these mortal things? After thinking about it, Xiao Ruoyin didn't know how to address Gu Changa, so she could only call him young master. She didn't know where she got the courage to speak to him like this. You don't understand. Hearing this, Gu Changa looked at her and seemed to smile. Then he sighed slightly, as if he had a myriad of emotions in his heart. Xiao Ruoyin stared at this handsome face that was enough to make countless women go crazy in her previous world, and stood there in a daze. From his sigh, she could hear all kinds of emotions, and it made her feel as if she had seen a different kind of immortal. Could it be that this immortal, who had transcended the mortal world in her eyes, also had worries? If there's a chance in the future, Ruoyin hopes to bring young master to see that world. It's actually not as interesting as you think it is. Xiao Ruoyin lightly pinched the corner of her clothes, her voice calm. She didn't know how she mustered up the courage to say this. With her current status, it was obviously disgraceful for her to say such words to Gu Chang'e. After saying this, she felt a little uneasy, but she still forced herself to remain calm. Interesting, this is the first time someone has dared to speak to me like this, and it's a mortal. Gu Chang'e didn't seem to get angry. Instead, he smiled casually, looking very approachable. Hearing him say this, Xiao Ruoyin was stunned once again. Then, her delicate, snow-white face turned a little red as she suddenly thought of something. However, Gu Chang'e didn't blame her, and she finally believed it. Gu Chang'e didn't mean any harm to her. Jiang Chen, Niu Tian, and the others behind her. Then Xiao Ruoyin took a deep breath and said again, "In fact, when I was in that world, I had some weird dreams since I was little. I dreamt that I was a flying immortal, and that I was omnipotent. Sometimes I even dreamt of some scenes in the future. I was very worried at that time. I thought I had some kind of disease. Then I happened to find an ancient book that no one could understand, and I knew all the words in it. Later, I studied archaeology, trying to find the world in my dreams. That was why she could understand the language of this world. She had never said this to anyone else, not even to Jiang Qin, whom she had a good relationship with in college. Xiao Ruoyin didn't know why she had said this to Gu Chang'e, a man she had just met for the first time. "Oh, such a miraculous thing. It seems that you may have the wisdom of your previous life." Hearing this, Gu Chang'e looked at her with interest. "Wisdom of my previous life." Xiao Ruoyin didn't understand. She suddenly felt excited. Her heart was beating very fast. Was my previous life actually from this world? He seemed to have noticed the longing and fascination in her eyes. Gu Chang'e smiled and said, "Otherwise, how do you explain your fate with this world?" "I'm fated with this world?" Xiao Ruoyin was struck dumb. A strange feeling was spreading in her heart. "Yan Yu, take Miss Xiao to have a bath. It's not easy to be locked up for so many days." While Xiao Ruoyin was lost in thought, Gu Chang'e spoke again. But this time his smile was a little weird. Xiao Ruoyin suddenly realized she had been locked up for so many days that the smell of rot on her body seemed to have gotten stronger. In her previous world, she had always been a cold and unsmiling ice goddess in front of others. She could only be seen from afar and never touched. There had never been a day like today where he was in such a predicament. Did Gu Chang'e think she smelled too much in front of him? Had he been holding back before this? At the thought of this, Xiao Ruoyin suddenly felt embarrassed. She blushed slightly. She also had a better impression of Gu Chang'e than before. After all, with such a status, he was able to hold back and chat with her for so long. How many people could be compared to such a gentleman? Hearing the order, Black Yan Yu responded and then left with Xiao Ruoyin. Only Gu Chang'e was left in the palace. He drank the tea in the white jade teacup unhurriedly. His smile was a little thought-provoking. Fateless body. This is really interesting. So, it's the reincarnation of the priest of destiny of the immortal palace? The so-called fateless body controls all time and space, all karma, all inconceivable, unimaginable, unspeakable. Chapter 346. Before this, Gu Chang'e didn't really care about Xiao Ruoyin, Jiang Chen, and the others. At most, he just wanted to see if Jiang Chen, the son of luck, could surprise him. He would keep a leek and wait for it to grow stronger before he harvested it. But Jiang Chen could travel from the lower realms to the upper realms with a large group of people. A teleportation formation could be built with only a few spiritual stones? Was it possible? Anyone with a brain would know that it was impossible, unless there was some power secretly helping them. This could only mean that Jiang Chen had some kind of secret that could help them travel from the lower realms to the upper realms. And the altar in the immortal ancient forbidden land was connected to the lower realms where Xiao Ruoyin and the others were. It served as a space coordinate. If that was the case, everything would make sense. Looks like the memories of the demon lord's disguise need to be triggered gradually. At this point, the system is better than nothing to me. Gu Changa closed his eyes slightly. He looked calm as he sorted out some of the memories that had surfaced in his mind. Of course, the reason for triggering these memories was the new mission of luck that the system had mentioned. Because Gu Changa had run into the son of luck, Jiangqin, he naturally got some information about Xiao Ruoyin, the fateless body. This was the hint that the system had given to Xiao Ruoyin. Otherwise, Gu Changa wouldn't have been able to figure it out with his current knowledge. He would need time to look it up. This was a body that only existed in the concept of nothingness. It was very vague and involved nothingness, fate, karma, and so on. It was very complicated. Anyway, it was enough for Gu Changa to know that this body was useful to him. And there was only one person in the world who had the fateless body. In the Forbidden Era, the celestial palaces were in charge of billions of realms. They ruled for thousands of years and stood tall. The celestial palaces were divided into 4 palaces, east, south, west, and north. Besides the immortal lord, there were also 4 immortal lords and various immortal ministers in charge of billions of realms. In addition, there was the extremely mysterious divine palace of fate. It was in charge of supervising the fate of the celestial palaces and deducing the natural law of fate. The high priest of destiny of the Shrine of Destiny had such a constitution. It was for this reason that Gu Changa immediately suspected Xiao Ruoyin. Back when the demon lord destroyed the world, the immortal palace collapsed and the immortal master died. Although the high priest of destiny was mysterious, he could also die in the end and be reincarnated. The high priest of destiny once relied on the immortal boat of creation to travel back in time and head to the beginning of the world to search for the beginning of the heavenly Tao in order to deal with the tribulation of later generations, Gu Changa muttered to himself as these memories surfaced in his mind. Soon after, he heard the sound of footsteps coming from outside the hall. Gu Changa's expression returned to normal. He looked over and his expression was as calm as an ancient well. But at this moment he revealed a hint of admiration. The person who came was naturally Xiao Ruoyin, who had just taken a bath. She wore a plain long dress, her black hair draped over her shoulders. Her face was flawless, and her legs were long and slender. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that she was a natural beauty. "Greetings, young Master Gu." Noticing the admiration in Gu Changa's eyes, Xiao Ruoyin didn't know why, but her face turned slightly red and her heart beat faster for no reason. She had just asked Black Jade about Gu Changa's name. Moreover, from her words, she vaguely understood what kind of identity Gu Changa had in this world. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe him as the Emperor of Immortals. This was the first time she was wearing clothes from this world. Although it was just something that Black Jade casually found for her, it was more comfortable than any clothes that Xiao Ruoyin had worn in the previous world. Even between the pendants, there was a faint radiance. It was very mystical and gave people a feeling that they were as light as a swallow. All this made Xiao Ruoyin feel like she was in a dream. Before this, she was just a prisoner whose life and death were unpredictable. "Miss Xiao, you don't have to be so polite." Gu Changa smiled and casually replied. Xiao Ruoyin looked at him and suddenly hesitated. She had something to say, but didn't know how to say it. "Miss Xiao, do you have something to say?" Gu Changa smiled and asked as if he didn't know. Xiao Ruoyin felt that Gu Changa shouldn't be a bad person, judging from his previous performances. He gave people a kind of extraordinary, gentle, and elegant feeling, like a real immortal who had achieved the Tao. So after thinking for a while, she still spoke. Although she knew that this request might be a little rude and reckless, it might even destroy the little bit of familiarity between her and Gu Changa. "Young Master Gu, my companions are actually the same as me. They accidentally broke into this place and don't have any ill intentions. You can rest assured about this." Hearing this, Gu Changa waved his hand and interrupted her. He sat there, and his immortal aura was transcendent. His voice was still gentle, as if there was no change. "Don't worry, I have no enmity with them. Naturally, I won't make things difficult for them. Thank you, young Master Gu. Xiao Ruoyin couldn't help but smile. She was very happy. She didn't expect Gu Chang'e to agree so easily. No need to thank me. I haven't seen such an interesting person or heard such interesting things in a long time, Gu Chang'e said. Hearing this, Xiao Ruoyin's expression changed slightly. Because of these words, she suddenly had a bold idea in her heart. Since Gu Chang'e was so interested in the matters of that world, then could she use this opportunity to tell him about those matters? If he was in a good mood, she might even have the opportunity to take a peek at this so-called path of cultivation. Young Master Gu, if you still want to know about the matters of my world, I can actually tell you about it. Xiao Ruoyin's face was a little apprehensive as she spoke. She didn't know how Gu Chang'e would react if she said this. Apart from this reason, she really couldn't find any other excuse to stay by Gu Chang'e's side. Although in her previous world, she had many suitors because of her beauty, in this world, her appearance didn't seem to bring her much of an advantage. A person of Gu Chang'e's status wouldn't have any thoughts about her because of her appearance. It's fine to listen to these things once or twice, but if you listen to them too much, you might get sick of them, Gu Chang'e said with a smile. She politely refused her reason. Hearing this, Xiao Ruoyin was a bit disappointed, but she wasn't surprised. For the cultivators of this world, what they pursued was completely different from what they pursued. At first, Gu Chang'e seemed to find it very interesting, but if he listened too much, he would indeed get sick of it. Young Master Gu, I want to ask if I want to cultivate. What are the requirements? Xiao Ruoyin asked again. Her eyes were filled with anticipation and fascination. Being able to become a cultivator had always been her dream and pursuit, and now this dream was infinitely magnified, allowing her to see hope. She knew that if she kept asking questions, anyone else would feel annoyed. But facing this opportunity, Xiao Ruoyin really didn't want to let it go. Cultivation? Hearing this, Gu Chang'e seemed to be stunned for a moment. Then she seriously considered it and patiently explained to her. In addition to having the physique and spiritual root for cultivation, as well as a large amount of resources, the rest, in my opinion, is time. A constitution, spirit root, cultivation method, large amounts of resources and time? Xiao Ruoyin muttered these words, and the light in her eyes gradually dimmed. She didn't have any of these. Even if she had a constitution, it was impossible for her to have cultivation method or resources. She could be considered as a transmigrator, but in such a strange world, she had no relatives or friends. How could she have the opportunity to obtain these things? Actually, if Miss Xiao wants to cultivate, I can help you. But the prerequisite is that you have a constitution, otherwise I can't help you. Seeing the anticipation in her eyes gradually disappear, Gu Chang'e suddenly smiled and said in a gentle voice. Hearing this, Xiao Ruoyin was stunned for a moment. She couldn't help but open her eyes wide, unable to believe her ears. Although she was extremely surprised, as if a meat pie had fallen from the sky, she couldn't understand why Gu Chang'e would choose to help her. Could it be that she had met a legendary benefactor? Young Master Gu, you've helped me so much. I really don't know how to thank you. Speaking up to this point, Xiao Ruoyin couldn't continue. She really didn't know how to thank Gu Chang'e. Could it be that she should use the old saying, give yourself to him? But would he be interested in that? You don't have to give yourself to me. Gu Chang'e smiled, as if he knew what she was thinking. He waved his hand and interrupted her jokingly. Maybe it's because you and I are fated. To me, cultivation method and resources are not worth mentioning. They're nothing. Thank you, young Master Gu. Xiao Ruoyin's face was a little ugly, and she blushed as she looked up at him. She then fell silent. Even if she was a fool, she could understand the importance of cultivation method and resources in this world. But Gu Chang'e was still willing to help her, and he didn't even ask for compensation. Maybe this was really a small matter to him, not worth mentioning. Don't be in a hurry to thank me. If you don't have spiritual root and aptitude, I can't help you even if I want to. Gu Chang'e smiled. Yes. Xiao Ruoyin nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Her heart was already filled with joy and relief. She didn't expect that one day she would really be able to embark on the path of cultivation. If her group of companions in the dungeon saw her now, they would definitely open their eyes wide. Was this still their impression of the iceberg school beauty goddess Xiao? After that, Gu Chang'e brought Xiao Ruoyin to the place where the talent and constitution were tested. Of course, with his eyesight, he could see whether Xiao Ruoyin could cultivate or not. The fateless body. But considering the subsequent plan, he had to make some arrangements. Soon, an open space was cleared. The divine mountain shone brightly, and the celestial pond was enshrouded in various colors. It was incomparably brilliant, and there were several stones that were filled with divine light. It was incomparably gorgeous. Gu Chang'e had already ordered Black Jade to arrange everything. Now he was waiting for Xiao Ruoyin to come to the test. After arriving here, Xiao Ruoyin also became nervous. Sweat involuntarily seeped out of her jade-like cheeks. "Miss Xiao, I hope you won't disappoint me." Gu Chang'e smiled. Chapter 347. The spacious field was overflowing with divine light and immortal splendor. All kinds of immortal mountains shone brilliantly and swirled with colorful mists. It was an incomparably mystical sight. Many creatures from various races of immortal ancient gathered nearby. However, they were very quiet and respectful. They stood behind Gu Chang'e, not daring to say anything. Yes, young Master Gu, I won't let you down." After hearing Gu Chang'e's words, Xiao Ruoyin took a deep breath and calmed down a lot. She stared at the immortal stone in front of her. It was sparkling and translucent. There was a dense mist flowing within it, as if it would liquefy at any time. Anyone would be able to sense the terrifying energy contained within this immortal stone. Gu Chang'e was still smiling, but there was no fluctuation in the depths of his eyes. He was as indifferent as ever. The fateless physique was powerful because it was illusory. It didn't exist in any heavenly Tao or destiny and was very difficult to find. Gu Chang'e guessed that if he let Xiao Ruoyin go, she would be discovered by cultivators from other orthodoxies and brought back to the sect. Anyone with a bit of insight would be able to see how good her aptitude was. Although he couldn't immediately see what kind of physique Xiao Ruoyin had, it shouldn't be a problem for him to see how good her aptitude was. The cultivation methods and resources he mentioned wouldn't be a problem for Xiao Ruoyin at all. It was just that she didn't know it yet. With her aptitude, who knew how many sects would want to take her in as a disciple and teach her cultivation methods? The day the fateless physique is the day the essence of destiny matures. Gu Chang'e's smile was still gentle and flawless. No one could find any fault with it. He looked over and saw Xiao Ruoyin standing there, not knowing what to do. He said gently, "Just put your hand on the testing stone. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and violet. The darker the color, the better your aptitude. If you don't have the aptitude, the testing stone won't show any reaction." Xiao Ruoyin nodded. She understood and didn't hesitate any longer. She nervously placed her hand on the testing stone in front of her. Buzz! Almost as soon as her palm landed on it, the entire testing stone suddenly let out a buzzing sound. Then, a dazzling light gushed out from it. First, it was crimson like flames, then orange, yellow, green. In practically an instant, the entire testing stone was dyed with 7 different colors. It was dazzling with divine radiance, and it looked shockingly gorgeous. "What? He's that strong?" "A total of 7 colors," hissed this talent. "How long has it been since I've seen such aptitude?" "Even when Miss Yen, you took the test, she was only at this level. It's too terrifying. If this young lady had started cultivating earlier, she might have already become an expert of the Saint Realm like young Lady Yenyu." This scene shocked all of the surrounding immortal ancient clans. Everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes in shock. They cast envious gazes at Xiao Ruoyin and sighed. Did I succeed? Xiao Ruoyin was also shocked by the scene in front of her and did not recover for a long time. from the words of the people around her. Her talent should be quite strong. 21. A sense of joy, excitement, and excitement filled her heart. Even though she did not like to be surprised, she could not help but feel a strong sense of joy at this moment. In the beginning, Xiao Ruoyin only hoped that she could have the talent for cultivation. She never thought that her talent would be so good. She was actually a very easily satisfied person. Now, it seemed that this was a pleasant surprise. Young Master Gu, I didn't disappoint you, did I? Then, Xiao Ruoyin looked at Gu Chang'e. Her eyes flickered with a different kind of emotion, and she asked with a sigh of relief. She did not expect that the first person she wanted to share this joy with was Gu Chang'e, the person she had just met for the first time. How could I be disappointed? You have such talent. I can't be happier for you. Gu Chang'e smiled. Yes, but I still have to thank young Master Gu for giving me this opportunity. Xiao Ruoyin nodded. She was unprecedentedly relaxed and happy. Your talent is stronger than many heaven's prides. In the future, if you cultivate well, you won't be weaker than them. Gu Chang'e smiled and said, I'll help you find a master in a while. If you want to cultivate in the future, just follow her. Speaking of this, Gu Chang'e planned to send a message to Yan Ji to come here. Some time ago, he heard that she was going into closed-door cultivation. She should be trying to break through to the quasi-supreme stage. It was just right to let her look after Xiao Ruoyin and teach her at the same time. Yan Ji could be considered his confidant. Gu Chang'e was very assured to leave many things to her. Yes. Thank you for your trouble, young Master Gu. Xiao Ruoyin nodded. Now, she did not have any doubts about Gu Chang'e. She was not even worried about what kind of master Gu Chang'e would find for her. It's no trouble. With your talent, if you were anywhere else, people would fight to the death for you. This can be considered as me finding a good seedling for the force behind me. Gu Chang'e said with a smile. His bearing was extraordinary, and his words were full of charm. Yes. I will definitely cultivate well. If I have the chance in the future, I will repay young Master Gu's kindness. Xiao Ruoyin was moved. At the same time, she could not help but sigh in her heart. How could there be such a perfect man in this world? Not only was his appearance, temperament, and speech so perfect, even his temperament was so perfect that no one could find any flaws. Then I will follow that master to cultivate in the future. Will I still be able to see young Master Gu? However, at this time, Xiao Ruoyin suddenly thought of an important matter. She stared at Gu Chang'e with her scarlet eyes and could not help but ask. Although this question sounded very bold, it was actually her true thoughts. It was not that she had any ulterior motives towards Gu Chang'e. She just felt that if she could see Gu Chang'e, she would feel much more at ease. Xiao Ruoyin had already subconsciously regarded Gu Chang'e as a reliable person. In this mysterious and bizarre world, she had no one to rely on. Suddenly meeting such a noble person like Gu Chang'e, she subconsciously wanted to hold on to him tightly. Gu Chang'e said with a smile, Of course you will. I see that you can't wait any longer. Why don't I pass on some cultivation tips to you now? Really? Xiao Ruoyin's eyes were filled with surprise. Thank you, young Master Gu. In her opinion, cultivation tips should be very secretive and should not be passed on. Of course it's true, Gu Chang'e said, pointing between her eyebrows. In a trance, Xiao Ruoyin saw an extremely ancient and complicated cultivation tip. It was slowly unfolding before her eyes. Each word was as dazzling as a star. Is this the cultivation tip? She couldn't help but murmur. She had a familiar feeling. It felt like she had had the same feeling a long time ago. Then Xiao Ruoyin finished her epiphany. Gu Chang'e smiled meaningfully. Then he took her to the dungeon and released her companions as they had agreed. This cultivation technique was naturally not that simple. In the future, Xiao Ruoyin would understand. At the same time in the dark dungeon, Jiang Chun woke up slowly but his body felt like it had been crushed by a giant rock. Every cell, every inch of his flesh, and every piece of his lungs felt like they had been shattered. He couldn't help but take a deep breath due to the excruciating pain. He turned pale and sweated. "How are you, Chin? Are you all right?" Seeing him wake up, Nyo Tian asked him with concern. "I'm fine. It's just a little painful. By the way, where's Ruin? Did something happen to her?" Jiang Qin shook his head and said, but soon he came to himself. He looked around, searching for Xiao Ruoyin in the dungeon, but except for his companions, he didn't see her. At that moment, his heart skipped a beat, and that feeling of uneasiness and worry grew even stronger. Ruoyin was taken away. "She hasn't come back yet, but she should be fine. Don't worry about her," Nyo Tian comforted him. Jiang Chen kept silent. Uneasiness and anger flashed in his eyes, but in the end he managed to control himself. He couldn't forget the suffocating fear he had felt, as if he was facing death. "How long have I been in a coma?" Jiang Chen asked again. "About half a day," Nyo Tian said. "Half a day," Jiang Chen murmured. He felt sorry for Xiaoruin. It had been half a day since she had been taken away in a coma. Who knew what could have happened in that half a day? She was a weak woman. If she ran into any danger, she wouldn't be able to get help. What should he do then? "Jiang Chen, don't worry about Xiaoruin. She obviously knew she was going to time travel. She even understands the language of this world. But she didn't tell us anything. Maybe she was taken away to leave this place. Maybe she was just pretending." At this moment, a woman spoke. She was dressed fashionably and had delicate light makeup on. She looked a little embarrassed because she had been locked up for a long time, but it was still obvious that she had pretty features. Her name was Wang Ning. She was a classmate of Jiang Chen, Nyo Tian, and the others, but she didn't get along well with Xiao Ruin. She was called Goddess Wang at school because of her pretty face. She had many flatterers. She had a lot of feelings for Jiang Chen, but since Jiang Chen was only in love with Xiao Ruin, she was always at loggerheads with Xiao Ruin. Although her words carried a bit of sarcasm, they also touched the bottom of many people's hearts, and they all fell silent. After all, Xiao Ruin hadn't mentioned to them that she could speak the language of this world. Besides, it was Xiao Ruoyin who had invited them to the archaeology trip. "Wang Ning, don't say that. Ruoyin must have her reasons. We're all classmates. Don't you think it's too much to say bad things about her behind her back?" Jiang Qin frowned. He wasn't happy about it. "What bad things did I say? Is there anything wrong with what I said? Maybe Xiao Ruoyin has been taken care of by that white-clothed man. She's already left this damn place. She's living a good life. Why would she care about us? Jiang Chen, what's the point of defending Xiao Ruoyin? She doesn't care about you at all. Believe it or not, the cold and untouchable goddess Xiao is with that white-clothed man. Who knows what they're doing?" Needless to say, Wang Ning's words were vicious. She wasn't polite at all. Not only did Jiang Chen turn pale, but also Nyo Tian and the others. They hadn't expected Wang Ning to say something like that, but on second thought it made sense. It was a matter of life and death. They didn't even know whether they could live to see the next day. Who would care about that at such a critical moment? She had shed all pretense of cordiality. Her words made the others fall silent. They didn't know whether Xiao Ruoyin was alive or dead. Weren't they in the same situation? "Wang Ning, just shut up. No one will think you're mute if you don't speak." Nyo Tian stared at Wang Ning fiercely and said fiercely. Wang Ning was still a little scared of Nyo Tian. She snorted and didn't speak anymore. Jiang Qin looked sullen. He clenched his fists. He didn't know what to say. In fact, he still didn't believe Xiao Ruoyin would leave them in the lurch. And he thought Xiao Ruoyin had her reasons. But Wang Ning's words made him uneasy. He was even worried. If what she said was true, how should he face Xiao Ruoyin? "Don't overthink, Qin. Don't you know Belle Xiao? Even if she wants to hurt us, she won't hurt you." Seeing Jiang Chen's pale face, Nyo Tian hurried to persuade him. However, he was actually a little worried that what Wang Ning had said would be true. Jiang Chen's expression eased a little, but he was still silent. He didn't say anything. While the others were speculating, footsteps suddenly came from outside the dungeon. Someone is coming. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up and he stood up. The others also stood up when they saw this. A man and two women were walking in from outside the dungeon. The man in the lead was tall and slim. He was very handsome. His hair was as clear as ink, shining with divine light. His sleeves were fluttering in the wind. He looked like an exiled immortal walking in the mortal world, peerless and aloof. A woman in a white dress was accompanying him. She had no makeup on, but her features were pretty. Her black hair was hanging loosely on her shoulders. Her legs were long and straight. She was extremely beautiful. The two of them walked in front of each other. They looked like a perfect match, as if they were a perfect couple. Xiao Ruoyin, Jiang Qin, Niu Tian, and the others were all struck dumb. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. They thought they were hallucinating. The woman in white was certainly Xiao Ruoyin, who had been taken away. Since she had come back, she had not only changed her clothes, but also looked much better than before. She was like a flower in an empty valley, blooming again. What on earth had happened? Doubt arose in everyone's mind, especially Jiang Qin. He turned pale. He recalled what Wang Ning had said. He couldn't help but clench his fists. He didn't even know his nails were digging into his palms. He stared at Xiao Ruoyin, expecting Xiao Ruoyin to give him an explanation. Why had things suddenly become like this? Hadn't she been taken away? How did he become so safe and sound in the blink of an eye? However, Xiao Ruoyin only glanced at Jiang Qin. She didn't explain anything. Gu Chang'e glanced over everyone in the dungeon. He paused for a second when he saw Jiang Qin. Everyone felt a dreadful pressure coming at them. They were very nervous. Their backs were soaked with cold sweat. "Master, shall we let them go?" At this moment, behind Gu Chang'e, Black Jade asked respectfully. Gu Chang'e nodded. He said calmly, "Let them go." Black Jade didn't hesitate. She waved her hand in front of her. Buzz! Then a brilliant light flashed in the air. The dark steel chains in front of the dungeon were broken. They fell to the ground with a muffled sound. The gate of the dungeon was opened immediately. Jiang Qin, Niu Tian, Wang Ning, and the others were puzzled. They had suddenly opened the chains. Were they going to let them go? At the thought of this, many people couldn't help but feel happy. They were very excited. "Everyone is fine. Young Master Gu said he would let you go. What happened before was actually a misunderstanding." Xiao Ruoyin took a step forward. She looked calm. She explained in the language of the world they were from. "Goddess Xiao, what's going on?" A man couldn't help but ask. He was very confused. "It's a long story. I'll explain it to you later. Now you're all safe. You can leave now." Xiao Ruoyin glanced at Jiang Qin, but she didn't say anything. She only told them they were all safe now. They wouldn't be locked in the dungeon anymore. "Really? That's great. It must be Goddess Xiao who saved us. I knew Goddess Xiao was so beautiful and kind. How could she forget us after she got rich?" The man who had just spoken said in surprise. An unnatural expression flashed across Xiao Ruoyin's face when she heard the words Tengda. However, she couldn't refute it. If she hadn't met Gu Chang'e, she wouldn't have started practicing. She would still be a prisoner. It wasn't wrong to call it Tengda. Thank goodness for Goddess Xiao. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been locked up for so long. After confirming the authenticity of this news, everyone was naturally overjoyed. Previously, they were quite dissatisfied with Xiao Ruoyin, but at this time it naturally disappeared. What could be more important than one's life in this world? Yeah, if it weren't for Goddess Xiao, how could we have been saved? I wonder who was speaking ill of Goddess Xiao behind her back. He said she didn't care about our lives. A man looked at Wang Ning, who didn't look good, and imitated her tone just now. Wang Ning's expression was very ugly. She didn't expect that Xiao Ruoyin would come back to save them. This was completely beyond her expectations. Did I say anything wrong just now? Do you really think Xiao Ruoyin is so kind? Saving your lives is just a piece of cake for her. However, Wang Ning didn't want to be ridiculed either. She argued back quickly. She started to ridicule them. She didn't appreciate their kindness at all. She didn't believe there was nothing going on between Xiao Ruoyin and the white-clothed man. Otherwise, why would the white-clothed man let them go? Wang Ning, what are you talking about? Ruoyin saved us out of kindness. Why are you still making wild guesses? Niu Tian interrupted her, frowning. He looked unhappy. Wang Ning was afraid of the tall and strong Niu Tian. She knew he wouldn't let her off just because she was a woman. So, she snorted coldly and shut up. Ruoyin, Wang Ning is like this. Don't argue with her. Thank you for saving us. We'll repay you in the future. Niu Tian glanced at Jiang Qin, who was silent. Then he showed an honest smile and said to Xiao Ruoyin 707, because of Jiang Qin and Xiao Ruoyin. He was quite familiar with Xiao Ruoyin. It's all right. Xiao Ruoyin shook her head. She knew Jiang Qin, Niu Tian, and Wang Ning had misunderstood her. However, if she explained it now, Gu Chang'e, who was waiting outside the dungeon, would probably wait for a long time. So she kept silent. She planned to explain it to them later. Qin, are you all right? You have to trust Belle Xiao. Don't you know her character? Niu Tian sighed and said in a low voice, Okay, I trust Ruoyin. Jiang Qin forced a smile, as if he had thought it through. He understood Xiao Ruoyin's difficulties, so he didn't want her good intentions to go to waste. However, he was still staring at Xiao Ruoyin when he said this, as if he was waiting for an explanation. As to Gu Chang'e, who was outside the dungeon, Jiang Chun chose to ignore him, as if he hadn't seen him at all. He had sensed how dreadful Gu Chang'e was before this, so he knew how dreadful he was. At this moment, he was trying his best not to provoke him. Xiao Ruoyin smiled at him and said, I'll explain it to you later. Then Xiao Ruoyin led Jiang Qin and the others out of the dungeon. Gu Chang'e was walking ahead of them. He looked very calm. He didn't seem to want to talk to them at all. Jiang Qin and the others were aware of the difference in their identities. They couldn't expect Gu Chang'e to care about them. It would be the luckiest thing for them to leave this place alive. Although Niu Tian and the others were curious about what had happened to Xiao Ruoyin while she had been out of the dungeon, they didn't dare ask her. It was obvious that Xiao Ruoyin was completely different from before. From the respectful expressions of the guards outside the dungeon, it could be seen that her identity had undergone an earth-shaking change. The others were envious of her, but Jiang Qin felt his mouth was dry and bitter. He felt more and more uneasy and worried. Why had Xiao Ruoyin's identity changed so much in such a short time? It made him feel like he and Xiao Ruoyin weren't in the same world, especially when he saw Xiao Ruoyin and Gu Chang'e walking side by side with a smile on their faces, as if they were discussing something with him. There was a star-like radiance flickering in those faint scarlet eyes of hers. In Jiang Chen's eyes, she was admiring and admiring him. He felt like his heart was being twisted by a knife. He kept comforting himself that Xiao Ruoyin was pretending to be so to please the white-clothed man so that she could rescue them. Young Master Gu, I want to talk to my companions about something. Soon, when they arrived at a group of palace buildings, Xiao Ruoyin spoke with a trace of apprehension on her face. Go ahead. I won't disturb you any longer. Actually, you don't have to ask me about this, Gu Chang'e said with a smile. He was charming and refined. He looked even more gentle and elegant. Xiao Ruoyin agreed with Gu Chang'e in a low voice after getting his permission. She looked happy. She didn't know why she had gotten Gu Chang'e's permission. It seemed to her that she had done it subconsciously. Soon, Gu Chang'e and Black Jade left. They didn't want to meddle in this matter. Master. Black Jade glanced at Gu Chang'e in confusion. She wanted to say something, but stopped on second thought. She didn't understand why Gu Changa had acted like this and why he had treated Xiao Ruoyin so well. In her opinion, although Xiao Ruoyin's talent was very strong, it was far from reaching the level that Gu Changa was so concerned about. Besides, she knew Gu Changa well. She knew he was cold and heartless. He wouldn't do anything that wouldn't benefit him. Gu Changa spent so much effort on this kind of time-wasting and boring thing. It could only mean that this woman called Xiao Ruoyin seemed to have some other use to him. You don't have to worry about it. Just keep an eye on their tracks. Gu Changa's smile faded, and her expression returned to its usual calm and indifference. She said lightly, "Okay." Black Jade felt relieved. She said respectfully. To be honest, she had been jealous of Gu Changa since he had treated Xiao Ruoyin so well. Why couldn't she get him? However, it seemed Gu Changa had other plans. This made black-faced Jade feel much better. Chapter 348. After Gu Changa had left with He Yanyu, Xiao Ruoyin took Jiang Qin, Niu Tian, Wang Ning, and the others to an open area. Although there were guards on patrol, they didn't care about them at all. They treated them as invisible people, as if they hadn't seen them at all. Apparently, they had received instructions from Gu Changa. "Ruoyin, what happened? Why did that white-clothed man let us go all of a sudden?" Jiang Qin couldn't help but ask when they had arrived. He sounded like he was questioning and blaming her. Niu Tian and the others were also puzzled. They were waiting for Xiao Ruoyin to give them an explanation. "Actually, it's nothing serious. Young Master Gu didn't do anything to me after he took me away. He only asked about our background. I told him the truth, so he didn't make things difficult for us. In fact, it's all a misunderstanding. Young Master Gu is a nice guy. He didn't mean us any harm." Xiao Ruoyin took a deep breath and explained. She told them what had happened. Hearing her words, Niu Tian and the others breathed a sigh of relief and did not suspect anything. It was especially so for the women, including Wang Ning. After all, when they had seen Gu Changa for the first time, they had thought Gu Changa couldn't be a bad guy. It wasn't that a bad guy couldn't be so good-looking, but Gu Changa's temperament made it hard for them to hate him. He was more like an immortal who had stayed away from the world of mortals and watched the ages from the top of the world. However, Jiang Qin frowned. Apparently, he wasn't satisfied with her answer. He still remembered the pain and fear he had felt when his internal organs had almost been crushed. Now Xiao Ruoyin said it was all a misunderstanding. That so-called young master, Gu, didn't mean them any harm. He was a good guy. How could he accept that? "Jiang Qin, listen to me. Just let it go. You're fine now. Otherwise, if you really offend young Master Gu, I'm afraid I won't be able to protect you." Upon witnessing Jiang Qin's expression, Xiao Ruoyin realized what was on his mind. She sighed and spoke. How could she expect Gu Changa to apologize to a nobody like Jiang Qin at such a time? "Ruoyin, Jiang Qin sighed helplessly. He was not someone who did not know what was good for him, nor was he a fool. Offending Gu Changa at this time would only result in death. There was almost no other possibility. Xiao Ruoyin said this for his own good. However, he really couldn't bear to say such words. "Oh, right. What happened after that, Ruoyin? Why did you change your dress too?" Jiang Qin asked. He suddenly got nervous. He was worried he would hear something bad from Xiao Ruoyin. If what Xiao Ruoyin said was true, then why did she change her clothes and look much better than before? Why was she talking and laughing with Gu Changa? Hearing this, Xiao Ruoyin thought of the embarrassing situation at that time. Her face was a little red, but she quickly recovered. She explained, "Young Master Gu saw my clothes were a bit tattered after being imprisoned for a long time, so he asked someone to take me to wash them. It's not as complicated as you think." Jiang Qin felt uncomfortable when he saw her expression. However, since Xiao Ruoyin had explained it to him, if he still didn't believe her, the relationship between them would only drift further apart. So he didn't say anything more. Niu Tian and the others didn't suspect anything either. "I told you to trust Goddess Xiao. Niu Tian said to Jiang Qin in a low voice. He also felt relieved for him. Ruoyin, what are you going to do next? None of us can understand the language of this world. Staring at Xiao Ruoyin, Jiang Qin asked nervously. His palms were sweaty. What he meant was that he wanted Xiao Ruoyin to leave with them. Hearing this, everyone looked over as well. Their faces were filled with anticipation, hoping that Xiao Ruoyin could take care of them. After all, they were all classmates. They didn't even understand the language of this strange world. It would be difficult for them to survive after leaving this place. Hearing this, Xiao Ruoyin frowned slightly. Clearly, she was a little conflicted and didn't know what to say. However, she had to tell Jiang Chen, Niu Tian, and the others about this. She chose her words carefully and spoke slowly. I'm going to stay with young Master Gu. I don't think I can leave with you. What? Jiang Chen turned pale with fright before she had finished speaking. He couldn't believe what he had just heard. The others opened their eyes wide, too. They hadn't expected Xiao Ruoyin to stay. Ruoyin, did that young Master Gu force you to stay? He must be up to something. Jiang Chen looked pale, but he took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. In his opinion, why would Xiao Ruoyin choose to stay for no reason? It was only the first time she had met young Master Gu. Therefore, there was only one possibility. No, I wanted to stay. Young Master Gu is really nice. He's my benefactor. What could he want from me? You haven't seen young Master Gu's maids. They're all as pretty as fairies. How could she have any ulterior motives towards me? Don't talk about young Master Gu like that. Xiao Ruoyin looked unhappy, but since she knew Jiang Chen was worried about her, she softened her tone a lot. Jiang Chen couldn't help but open his eyes wide. He opened his mouth, but then chose to shut up with a bitter smile. Niu Tian and the others at the side also sighed and tactfully shut their mouths. What did young Master Gu do to you? You're speaking for him even though you've only met him for the first time. Jiang Chen felt his mouth was dry. His voice was a little hoarse. His heart ached, as if it was being torn apart. You don't understand. I'm only grateful to young Master Gu. I don't want anything else. Xiao Ruoyin's voice calmed down. She looked like an aloof goddess again, aloof and distant. Can you tell me why? Asked Jiang Chen. Because I'm going to embark on the path of practice. Xiao Ruoyin hesitated, but she still decided to tell him. The path of practice, everyone was shocked. Then they came to themselves and envied her. Before coming to this world, they hadn't believed there were immortals in this world at all. But apparently what they were witnessing had changed their worldview. Immortals did exist in this world. They could fly on clouds, pick stars, and grab moons. They were omnipotent. At this thought, they were even more envious of Xiao Ruoyin. I see. You and I won't be in the same world soon. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. He had figured everything out. It wouldn't take long for Xiao Ruoyin to become a superior immortal like the white-clothed man. She would treat them like ants, not in the same world anymore. But soon he remembered that mysterious bronze flying boat of his. Could he also cultivate with it? Jiang Qin couldn't help but feel hopeful. Goddess Xiao, if you can practice, can we practice too? We want to embark on the path of practice, too. Niu Tian and the others looked toward Xiao Ruoyin and asked hopefully. The requirements for practice are very strict. Thanks to young Master Gu's help, I wouldn't have been able to embark on the path of practice without him, Xiao Ruoyin said. She didn't have the heart to tell them about the requirements for practice. Jiang Chen, Niu Tian, Wang Ning, and the others reacted the same way as she did. They stood there, petrified. They were desperate. Talent, practice methods, practice resources. Jiang Chen murmured to himself. Jiang Chen murmured. He felt like a fire was burning in his heart. Miss Xiao, young master has prepared a banquet. He invites you and your companions to come with him. At this moment, a strange creature with a terrifying appearance that was densely covered in green scales suddenly appeared and spoke to Xiao Ruoyin. Everyone was given a scare. They felt like they were suffocating. The energy of this giant creature was too dreadful. Got it. I'll be right there. Xiao Ruoyin pulled herself together and answered with a smile. The creature grinned. Miss Xiao, I'll be looking forward to your arrival. Then he disappeared. Jiang Chen, Niu Tian, and the others broke out in a cold sweat. They didn't know whether he had done it intentionally or not. Ruoyin, what did he say? Jiang Chen couldn't help but ask. He said, young master, Gu has prepared a banquet for us. He asked me to take you there, Xiao Ruoyin explained. Young master, Gu has prepared a banquet for us. That's great. We're so lucky to have Goddess Xiao. This young master, Gu, isn't a bad guy. Looks like he's trying to make up for the misunderstanding. Everyone was excited. They hadn't had a banquet in this world yet. It was a good opportunity to broaden their horizons. However, Jiang Chen remained silent. In next to no time, Xiao Ruoyin brought them to the location of the banquet, and the various scenes they saw along the way caused everyone to be extremely shocked, especially when they saw those magnificent palaces. They were awed by them from the bottom of their hearts. What kind of power was this to be able to build such a magnificent building? Young Master Gu said we were on an ancient warship, not on the ground. Xiao Ruoyin said with admiration. Along the way, many people revealed flattering expressions as they spoke to Xiao Ruoyin one after another. Goddess Xiao, when we see young Master Gu, could you please say something nice for us? That's right. Since we're classmates, please help us. I beg of you. Well, Xiao Ruoyin frowned. She hesitated. She was worried Gu Chang'e wouldn't like her too much. I'll try my best. However, she couldn't say no to these requests. Soon they arrived at the palace. All kinds of spiritual fruits and food were on the table. Even the wine was giving off a tempting aroma. They couldn't wait to eat. All kinds of sparkling and translucent fruits emitted a dense brilliance, incomparably mysterious. You're here, Gu Chang'e said with a smile, sitting at the head of the table. Thank you, young Master Gu. You even arranged these. Xiao Ruoyin was a little embarrassed. That's all right. I'm sorry, Gu Chang'e said with a smile. Your companions are just mortals. They haven't practiced yet. If they eat wine with spirits, they might explode and die. That's why I've prepared another table for them. Then he pointed at the table next to him. It wasn't far from the banquet table, but the food there was much simpler. It was all food from the mortal realm. Okay, thank you, young Master Gu. Xiao Ruoyin didn't think there was anything wrong with it. She explained it to Jiang Chen, Niu Tian, and the others. On the contrary, she was touched by Gu Chang'e's thoughtfulness. He had even taken such a small thing into consideration. Niu Tian and the others felt it was a pity that they couldn't eat the fruits with spirits, but they knew it was for their own good. They had a good impression of Gu Chang'e. They didn't think there was anything wrong with what Xiao Ruoyin had said. Gu Chang'e didn't mean them any harm. Soon the banquet started. Everyone took their seats. Besides He Yanyu, Ji Qingxian also showed up beside Gu Chang'e. One of them was picking food for him, while the other was pouring wine for him. This scene caused Niu Tian and the other men to be extremely envious. It was simply impossible for them to see such a devastatingly beautiful woman in the past. Even with Goddess Xiao's looks in front of him, it was hard to tell who was better. However, such a beautiful woman could only be a maid in front of the white-clothed man. This made them extremely envious and jealous. No wonder Xiao Ruoyin said that young Master Gu would not have any ulterior motives towards her. That was the reason. Chin, it's better to keep some things in mind. If you show it, glancing at Jiang Chen, who had been drinking silently, Niu Tian sighed. He knew what was on Jiang Chen's mind. Jiang Chen looked up, gnashing his teeth. At the banquet, Xiao Ruoyin was sitting beside Gu Chang'e. She was blushing and smiling. It seemed they were talking about something. Gu Chang'e, on the other hand, had a faint smile on her face, as if she didn't care at all. Her eyes never fell on them from beginning to end. Jiang Qin didn't know what Xiao Ruoyin was talking to Gu Chang'e. He only knew she rarely smiled like this. He felt like his heart was being cut by a knife. However, at this moment, Jiang Chen suddenly felt a strange feeling coming from his body. It felt like something was going to burst out. It was surging and changing. A bronze flying boat. In a trance, Jiang Chen saw a bronze flying boat in front of him. It looked extremely old. It was rusty. It was traveling in a long river. The universe around it was collapsing. Space-time fragments were flying. He even saw many scenes of creation. Mysterious creation. Heaven and earth are mysterious. The beginning is easy to change. The great doctrine is fair. It was extremely miraculous. A huge amount of information and inheritances suddenly flooded into his head. Jiang Qin was petrified. He almost stood up, but he managed to control himself with his strong willpower. However, he was shivering. People would think he was not feeling well. Glancing at Jiang Chen, Niu Tian, and others had no idea what was going on. They thought he had just witnessed his goddess talking and laughing with another man. He couldn't accept it, so he was trying his best to restrain himself. Who do you think you are? Why are you in my head? However, Jiang Chen calmed down soon. He didn't notice that Gu Chang'e was looking at him. At this moment, he was communicating with the voice in his head. A miniature bronze flying boat, emitting a weak light, showed up in his head. I'm the weapon spirit. You're the weapon body. We're both creation immortal boats. A very young and tender voice sounded. Creation immortal boat? What's that? Jiang Qin was struck dumb. He couldn't help but ask. He was communicating with the voice in his head, so he didn't have to worry about being found out. Creation immortal boat. It's the first immortal item since the beginning of the world. It can break the reincarnation cycle, reverse time, peer into the natural law, peer into the ancient times, find out fate. It's omnipotent. This slightly tender voice was filled with pride as it spoke. Can you help me become stronger? Jiang Chen was kind of excited. He thought it was pretty awesome. It was bragging. It was omnipotent. But did that mean it could help him become stronger so that he could survive in this world and get everything he wanted? Of course. You and I are one. The voice came again. It was still arrogant. However, it seemed it had just woken up. Soon it felt something was wrong. You don't look right. Why are you so weak? Even your body is weak. But it doesn't matter. I'll make you a sacred body of creation sooner or later. You'll be invincible in the world. The voice said confidently. Jiang Qin also got excited upon hearing this. He was overwhelmed with emotions. Sacred body of good fortune? It sounded amazing. And Jiang Qin found he suddenly understood what the creatures around him were talking about. He was overjoyed by this discovery, but then he restrained himself, afraid others would find out something was wrong with him. I can listen to what Ruoyin and that young master were talking about. Jiang Qin took a deep breath and calmed down. He concentrated on what he was hearing. At the head of the table, Gu Chang'e, who had been smiling casually, seemed to have noticed something. Interest flashed in his eyes. He suddenly asked Xiao Ruoyin, who was next to him, "What's the relationship between you and that youngster? I think he's been paying attention to you." Xiao Ruoyin was surprised. She followed Gu Chang'e's gaze and saw Jiang Qin, who was drinking with his head down. "His name is Jiang Qin. He used to be one of my pursuers," she answered. Somehow, she didn't want Gu Chang'e to misunderstand her, so she told him directly. Of course, Xiao Ruoyin wasn't lying. In everyone's eyes, she and Jiang Qin were a perfect match, but that was all. She knew Jiang Qin had a good impression of her, but she only wanted to look for the relics and find out the truth. As far as she was concerned, Jiang Chen was only a suitor she had a good relationship with or a friend. "Oh, I see." Gu Chang'e smiled. "No wonder he's been paying attention to you." Jiang Qin, who had gathered all of his attention, certainly heard her. He couldn't help but turn pale. Then he smiled bitterly. He couldn't refute it. He was only a pursuer indeed. That woman. I think she's my master. No way. While Jiang Chun was filled with bitterness, the childish voice rang out in his mind again. But this time it was full of shock, uneasiness, trembling, and fear. Master, the man with her is very dangerous.